Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing on this pleasant and amazing looking Tuesday morning? Or evening? Or afternoon? How do you do? Hello! Hi, chat. Very good, because you are gonna get another bell. Honestly, I hope bad things happen to you, and you will experience pain and shame. Spotify is missing? Oh. Here you go. It's back. Oh. Alright, chat. Chat is missing? Oh yeah! Because I hid chat yesterday because I didn't want to cheat. But I also didn't want to have to close my OBS, because if something went wrong, I would have needed to know. Like, I didn't want to close my preview. You could chat on screen? I mean, it's on my, like... It's on the preview here. It's also here. And I can close that no problem without it affecting you guys. But this is still gonna show up for me. If I want to make sure I don't accidentally look at chat at all, I have to remove it. Is streamer mode on? Probably not. Alright, it's on now. Chat. Yesterday I did something wrong. I did something disgusting. I did something shameful. Yesterday I played some League of Legends. But why? I played some arena with the homies. But yeah, I picked Bravery, because, you know, that's Pog. But I picked Bravery, which for those of you who don't play League, it basically just means that you get a champion at random, okay? And I got Nefiri, which is like the worst champion in the game in arena. I was pissed, but I made it work. Okay, we got a second place. It wasn't too bad. And then we sent another one, and I played Bravery. And I got fucking Nefiri again! I was so tilted, I just went fucking straight 8th and fucking rage quit, man. Like, what the fuck, dude? Did you even know about the rework? I knew she was reworked, I didn't know what it did. Anyways, chat. I wasn't happy with all that. So, yeah. Anyways, let's go spend our thingy. Exercise, alright. Ugh. Oh, alright. Is she properly built, do you guys think? No, she is not. Good to know. You know on five? Oh, I just didn't proc.
Teamwork is dream, wrath from the skies.
Yeah, understandable. Rat from the sky, chat. Do not forget to rat from the sky.
Controlled breathing. Let's everybody stand. Pyroclastic surge.
Celestial rodent? I mean, I suppose. You tell us how you lost at Tula's event yesterday? I didn't lose, okay?
Bring it. Faster, stronger.
I provided great entertainment.
Blazing sun.
You know, chat, I could have just played it safe and only buzzed in on answers I was sure of, and I would have won, okay? I could have done that. But tell me, is that what you would have wanted to see?
Quick as a flash. Let's everybody stand back.
Would that have made you happy? Seeing me being successful? Low variance gameplay? Is that really what you want? When I could make a fool of myself?
Controlled breathing. On my teamwork is drift. Wrath from the sky.
Oh, please don't. Pre-lock? It was a bait. It was a bait. It was a bait.
Let's light it up. Bring it. Let's everybody stand back. Light up the blazing sun.
Are we cooked for villain next onslaught? Yes, sir. Yes, we are. Yes, sir.
Burn it. Quick as a flash. On my teamwork is dream. Pyroclastic surge.
Alright, this is the last one for now. It won't be good. I know better than to expect good things. Alright. Isn't Chaska gonna rerun next patch? I don't know, is she? It would make sense, because Papilla. You seen Nick today? No. Why would I have seen Nick today? It's 9 a.m. Banner release, how many did you got? Maybe I'll take a look at that. Hom DG Cat. Gotcha banners. Yeah. Milani, Chaska, Zitlali. Man, why does it gotta be Yao Yao? Imagine if I had these 4 stars on the Malika bat. Alright. Time for C6 Yao Yao on the J account? I mean, yeah, probably. I'll do a lot of wishes on that banner. And I don't want Yao Yao, so you bet your ass I'm gonna get Yao Yao. Time to R5 the bell. Please stop wishing harm upon me. Why you gotta be like that? Oh yeah. I'll do Skirk story quest on this account soon, probably. Plus 60. I should. Alright. Why is Zio's hater join requesting already? Calm down, buddy. We got things we need to do first. We gotta get her R3 bell real quick, man. Yes! That's the R5 TDDS. That's a big deal. I'm happy with today's monthly reset, even if we get a shit 4-star. We got the R5 TDDS. Alright, this is Soft Spitty on 4-star. Okay. Well, we're not getting a 4-star. Big. Sick, dude. The soft bait for 4 stars? Yeah, on 9. Can we get one more standard wish? Can I join someone's world? I don't want to go unlock these waypoints. There is a CP. Oh, I mean waypoint. Where? You mean this? That's pretty fucking far. But yeah, don't appreciate north? Here? I mean, that's still pretty fucking far. But maybe if I try to path again from here, it's gonna show me a different group. No. What's it called? Trishy right. Trishy right. No. What? Oh. There's 3 of them relatively close here. Okay. 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 4 of them. Whatever. No, 3 of them.
Freeze! Oh, so sorry. Cool it!
Let's dance.
Swift and merciful. Dodge this! Ha! This moment will be frozen in time. Ha! Freeze! Quite the
Stop tracking and start retracking? Does that work? It does. Big. Okay. What is this even? Morning flower. I guess I might as well pick these up. I don't really care about this though. I'll beat these guys up. Sure.
Be gone.
freeze! Cool it!
Windblade.
Windblade. Chat, she said the thing.
On the road.
Got this morning flower. We now have 3 morning flower, which is what we need to get the Kave we're gonna get on the Mawika banner to level 20 ascended. Alright, chat. Bro, please just don't be a fucking bell, man. Just please. Just please don't be a bell. 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 Not a bell, I guess. You'll get good things soon. That wouldn't even be useful, man.
Don't get frostbite. Freeze!
Bro. I wouldn't even fucking level her. Oh. Bro. Please just fucking... Okay.
Fascinating.
Should I mean, I might as well follow the rest of this path and get the waypoint at the end of it, since I'm already here. Which way is this going? Wrong way. That's where it's going. Okay, never mind. Just reroll the account? Yeah. It's gotta look at like a reroll the account angle, honestly. You gonna stream your Mawika pulls? No. No, I will not. course it goes that way, man. You know what? I'll just fucking... It's not that far.
Catch the wind. Quite the find.
What the fuck?
What's the hurry?
Got the waypoint. Okay. Well, I'm not very happy with this result. It makes me sad. We can't enter this IT right now, right? I want to see who I need to level to enter the level 2 IT.
Hello, dear. I have some good put on a spic.
Well, huh?
I know what you. So,
Fair enough.
the world with it and all those.
Ooh, is it a good luck? Ah,
Is it a new thing, or is it just
I assure
like,
you,
what's going on
there's
here?
nothing to be. If you're ready, you can step onto the world with as you embark on your new adventure.
Oh, I see. Never mind. Okay. So, how many do we have? How many do we need? It's actually really bad that our one of the starting characters is a character we already have leveled. But at least the cryo ones are there, and then we'll get Pyro MC. So that's 10 out of 12. We'll just need 2 more, Cryo, Hydro, or Pyro. But this is still going to be here by the time the Maoika banner comes around, so we don't need to do it just yet. If we did, we'd have to level these 2, which I don't really want to do. Anyways, alright, if you guys want to join, you can now. Any Yelpers in the chat? Dodge this.
Cool it.
Cool it.
Claim these souls.
submit your souls in sacrifice.
Alright, is Bruno joining?
Scared, speechless. Forever hold your peace. 10 points.
It says max players reached, but they clearly aren't joining. It's not letting me in. Bro. But it's not letting anyone else in either because it says we reach max players. Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. Zog's hater got banned from Zog's Twitch. Wait, really? Why? Slash user Ziox. Slash user Ziox hater. Wait. Oh, you write it with an O, not a 0. / user Ziox hater. But you're not banned. Bro got timed out and calls it a ban like an idiot.
How loves being antagonistic. Just ignore.
I don't know
him
about
and mouth
Kanich
off.
against Tulpa,
Don't
but
put him in here.
okay. Okay.
I got him cornered.
Light it up!
I got him cornered.
Light it up!
You're That even Charlie knows I'm tough. You're tough. What does my Mami set even look like right now? Should I keep farming for this? Who is it even on? I don't know. Let's gear Yaya with it. Oh, Sethos is right. Sethos was wearing it. Oh fuck! I forgot about this thing. Can I reshape it? I could. Should we try reshaping this now? Should we wait for something better? Maybe we should wait. Yeah, I guess I should level these things, huh? What if this rolls EM? Doc percent's alright. Yeah, I could roll crit from here. That's a good start. That's less good. That's good. That's good. Do you just full send on this? I'm down. Can I full send? I kinda can't. Well, I do have some feathers that are kind of bad right now, right? Like, am I ever using this? It's an 8 roller, but like, who the fuck is gonna use this ER? No one. You know? I don't need an off piece on Codex. And if I do, I'll just use this, because it's just good. It's also an 8 roller. Alright, sure. I believe. Just don't roll into flat HP. Okay, that's pretty fucking good. I'll take that. That's a good piece. That's also a good piece. It's not as good, but it's not bad. Maybe I have something else worth leveling, but I don't think so. What about off-piece flowers? 7? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I could reshape this, you know? Pretty decent reshape target. Could also go off piece on this, but I don't have anything great yet, so meh. So without crit from any external sources, I'm at this. Well, we could crit Ascension, right? Crit damage Ascension, so it's plus 38. We're at 200. That's not bad. That's actually a pretty decent build already. So I could just not farm for this anymore. Well, what would I farm for? I don't think there's anything else I would farm for. I could start farming support sets. I do need Noblesse. But I can just strong box for those things. Yeah, alright, we'll just keep going, I think. Modules in Golden Droop. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna get Farina, so. Hey, O2 hero. Okay. They're here.
Locked on.
Eh. I guess I'll lock that, but wish it was great at sacred damage. Why the fuck did bro change to Escoffier? What the heck? I mean, base, but. We're actually losing like 15 seconds each run because of bro's shitty internet connection. That's very funny. Hey, yeah! You say ping doesn't affect anything? I mean, yeah, it doesn't affect most things, but bro is like playing in co-op and taking a really long time to load in. He's not there yet. Oh, he's here, but still hasn't fully loaded because it still says preparing. He's in loading screen right now. There we go. Do you plan to buy Fishable and Channeling on this month's shop? No, I am not. My phone is blooming. Ah, I see. So it's not the internet connection, it's the device settings. When I get official, she seems like a nice pickup because I'll get her eventually, and this is an account where I actively want to get constellations on 5 stars, which means in the long term, Fischl might not see play on my account. And I would rather have 7 more wishes to build pity with than get a specific 4 star. I wonder what I should craft on this account, by the way. Did I just make a Pyro Goblet? Probably.
Try and stop me. Pyroclastic surge. Teamwork is dreamwork. Eat this.
Eat this! If you're getting Mawiko, would you consider C2C Lolly? I don't think so. Because the plan is to do difficulty 6 on this account, right?
Light up the blazing sun.
But I don't need both C2C Lolly and Cons on Mawika to do that. So I'd rather use my pulls on making other teams stronger. Dog shit. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. Chat, we're crafting a goblet right now. So, perfect world, it's a 4-liner with attack percent and EM. But we do not live in a perfect world, so it will not be. So, Obsidian Codex, Goblet, Pyro damage, with crit rate and crit damage. I believe. I don't actually believe. Yeah, this is pretty dog shit. Okay. Trash.
Such a slacker.
Garbage. Dog shit. Yep. I don't know what made me... Oh, okay, bro left my world. I see. I mean, we know that the next 2 worlds are guaranteed crit, right? But I don't really want to finish leveling it because it just makes me sad to look at. It won't even really be better than this. It'll be about as good. Man. Only it was Hydro for Molani, it wouldn't beat my Molani Goblet anyways. It's not beating this, man. It's not beating this shit, dude. Trust me. What is the highlight crit damage for Barber? I have no clue, honestly. No idea whatsoever. But it does. It do, and it does. C2R1 Milani next patch? Definitely not. Because I'm getting Mawika hopefully C2 next patch. Or this patch. So I'm not gonna have enough to get that. to be fair, there is a real chance that I'll go for Molani instead of Sitlali. Because I can make Malika work with Kaya in the short term for Abyss. But I don't have a good second team yet. And getting Molani would allow me to have a good second team.
Add Astro. Thank you for
Who's your 50-50 to any of the standards? Is there anyone that would be useful? Maybe Mona, but that's it. By the way, this resets in 15 days, right? And the banner resets in 7 days. So I actually will get Mawika before Abyss resets. So I'll probably be able to clear Abyss 12. I want 36 star, but I think I will be able to clear once I get Mawika. I'll definitely at least be able to clear floor 11. I don't think floor 12 has any like cringe bullshit like floor 11 does though, right? Like it's all winnable. There's no fucking turtle. There's no stupid ass turtle on floor 12. Like none of these enemies will just outright fucking murder you if you don't kill them in time, right? Because that's the problem with turtle, right? I have the DPS to clear in less than 10 minutes, but not while also surviving the turtle. So this turtle outright completely prevents me from finishing floor 11 until I pretty much have enough DPS to 3-star it. Because turtle is just too cooked. Like, current floor 11 is actually a massive roadblock. Until I get an actually strong team. I will say, this sack sword is actually going to put in so much fucking work with my Kaya. It's actually going to do so much for me. And if I get Eon Sun and I don't get a Fab Lens, this is also going to be pretty useful. Like, I gotta look at things on the bright side, right? At least it's high base attack, so it's gonna give me a good amount of attack on Eon Sun. I hope we'll get Eon Sun and Mawika banner. I know we won't. But shut up. Should I refine my 3-star weapons now? So I don't have to scroll down all the time. I still don't have 5 blood-tainted greatswords. Still don't have 5 white iron greatswords. Still don't have 5... No, I do have 5 debate clubs. I have 6 of these. Why do I have 6? Let's unlock one. Do I not have 5 halberds? Really? It's crazy. The rest I have 5 of? No, still don't have 5 twin Nephrites. Minus 300k Mora for nothing. It's like, what, 7,500 Mora to refine a weapon? It might be less for 3-star weapons, actually. Or is that the cost for 3-star weapons? Yeah, it's 7,500, right? And I don't just fucking... Yeah, 7,500. Per weapon. It's not too bad. If Yansan comes, are you going for a C6 or saving for a Malani / Sitlali? I'm definitely not going for specifically 4-star constellations here. Ever. On this account. How old is this account? This account was started a little bit over 2 weeks ago. If I really wanted to, I could probably 36 Star Abyss 8 days from now. But that would require me getting Skirk, and I don't want to get Skirk on this account. How many primos do we have? We just reached over 32k. So we have over 200 wishes, plus the 35 intertwined fates. Things are going okay. Are you gonna pull Shilonen from Moloni? No, definitely not. Nah, definitely not. My Moloni is gonna end up being played with fucking... I mean, right now I don't really have a full team for her. Because I don't have Sucrose yet. But once I get Sucrose, it's gonna be Sucrose, Ling. And the last one I'm not sure yet. Might be... Like, for now it's looking like Kachina. But if I get Candace, it'll be Candace. If you want to cheese a turtle in floor 11, Yaya is actually really good because Denver breaks the shield. See, you're going at this with the assumption that I can do enough DPS to the turtle with 3 characters. Buddy, I can't even do enough DPS to the turtle with 4. Alright? Like... Yaya will not help me here. Like, you need to understand, I 1-starred Chamber 2. And Chamber 2 doesn't really even have any particularly scary enemies like the turtle. This is just my DPS. Finally managed to beat the Crowd Boss difficulty 5 using the combo you mentioned in Skirk First Impressions. Well, if you use the combo mentioned in the Skirk post-release, you'd probably have an even easier time.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Clearing difficulty 6 might take at least half a year. I think it'll take more than that, honestly. Because... You need to realize, right, when you look at the difficulty 6 clears that are out there already, and you look at the minimum amount of 5-star usage, like, what's the lowest cost difficulty 6 clear there is out there? It's probably like fucking 13 cost or some shit. Do you have any idea how long? 3 probably? Fuck no. Definitely not. C0R1? Yeah, but how many of these are 5 stars? How many of those characters have signatures? You can probably do a Skirk team with Escoffier, Farina, and a 4-star last slot with Azure Light. And with perfect gameplay, you can probably get a 4-cost Automaton. Right? Then... Lava Dragon Statue? Lava Dragon Statue is probably the one that's going to allow you to go lowest cost. Because you can cheese quite a few things. Again, chat, saying C0R1 is not an answer to my question. I know the carries are C0R1. I'm asking how many 5-stars there are. Oh, I should've... I think the call system in Genshin is stupid. I mean, yeah. It's not something that you can use as a general metric of things. But, for the purposes of how long will it take a new free-to-play account that is pulling specifically for the perfect things to be able to clear difficulty 6, it actually is a good metric. Because you need to understand, I need to amass Fremo gems that are enough to get all the 5 stars I need. Right? Lowest cost here is probably going to be 4. Lowest cost here for difficulty 6 is probably going to be 2. You can do C0R1 Varissa on a Chevreuse team. You might be able to do C0R1 Kinich as well, but I don't know without Emilie. I think that's a little more sus without Emilie or Mawika. But like, if you don't count Lost Prayers, which honestly you don't have to, I did a 2 cost clear of Lava Dragon Statue, right? And C0R1 Varissa is stronger than C1 Varissa with Lost Prayers. So, the bare minimum here is probably 4. The bare minimum here is probably 2. The bare minimum here... boy. Is probably 4 as well. I don't know if you could do a 3. C0R1 Mawiko with Citlali is 3. But without Shilonen, if you do Benedi Ansan. But then you wouldn't be able to use Yansan here. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think this would also be 4. Which would bring your lower limit to about 10 cost. 6 months of gameplay is not enough to guarantee 10 limited 5 stars. So most likely, no, it's not happening. This is a Reddit post. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, like, this is a relatively low-cost clear. 1,000,000 damage on Vape Mawika. That's probably R1 Citlali. So that's probably 4 cost here. C0R1 Mawika, C0R1 Citlali. This is probably C0R1 as well, so 2 cost here. And this is probably at least 5. Most likely it's 6 with Fork. Because they had a bit of time to spare. Vigil has Aqua. So this is a 12 cost clear, right? Or 13 if they're using Fork. And like, this is an impressive low-cost clear. Oh, they don't show the build all at once. They show them separately. Yeah, Mawika C0R1, so that's 2. Citlali C0R1, so that's 4. I'm not gonna count the Aquila. Varissa C0R1, so that's 6. Fischl has an Aqua. Although, it's probably doable with Harp. So I don't think we need to count this one. But this one specifically is +1, so 7. Does Shanley have 5? Probably, right? No, it's engulfing. This is definitely doable with 5, though. So I don't think, but again, right? Another cost, so that's 8. And then the builds here. C0R1 Skirk, so that's 10. Escoffier is also C0R1, so that's 12. Farina's got to be on 5. So that's 13. Shenhe's probably on 5 as well. No. 5 would have been fine. But in this case... Okay, I'm not going to count Vortex Vanquisher because it's not really better than Scoured Spine. So... And Scoured Spine is yeah. But this is... What was it? It was 10 before this? No. Yeah. It was 10 before we got here? No. It was 8 before we got here? Yeah, it was 8 before we got here. Skirk 10. Escaffier 12. Farina 13. Shenhe 14. 15 if you count the Vortex. Probably could have gotten away without the Aqua, without the Engulfing, and without the Vortex. So 12. But this is like someone who played it well on very good builds. Right? So I need to get enough Primos just from events, from exploration and all that to pull for 12 limited 5 stars. That's not happening in 6 months, man. It's gonna take longer than that. Yeah, there's also the gear, which might be a problem too, but oh well. Plus, we're also assuming that I'll be able to predict ahead of time what's gonna be good, right? If someone just pulls for meta, they don't have Shenhe. They might not have Shilonen. And so it's like... Yeah. Yeah, you know? So yeah, we're gonna be on this account for a while before we get anywhere close to difficulty 6 clears. Are you planning on pulling some older supports like Farina? I might pull Farina because I do expect them to go out of their way to keep her relevant. Because she's a very popular character that is also powerful enough to have some staying power. I just hope you don't risk grinding 2 accounts at once and getting burned out. I mean, if I get burned out, I just have to stop giving that much of a fuck about the main account. Right? Like, log into the main account, spend my daily resin, do the events, log out. It's not like I absolutely need to do all the exploration stuff on my main account as soon as it comes out. I'm gonna do the same thing I did for the Taiwan account, right? I'll do new exploration stuff on this account instead of the main account. And then I'll just get around to it on the main account at some point. You know, I got around to exploring Enka on the main account last patch. Because I'd done it on the Taiwan account a long, long time ago. And I didn't feel the desire to do it immediately. So I just got around to it when I needed them more. Same for most of Inazuma in general. Right? I finally finished my Sakura tree last patch. Because I'd done that a long, long time ago on the Taiwan account. I did it when it came out. What team is that? Is actually your goal on this account? So, there's gonna be a Maoika team. And I think I might go for a Molani team as well. That's the plan for now. No Skirk? No. No Skirk. The problem with Skirk is that she just requires too many things, right? You look at Verissa, for example, and you can see C0R1 Verissa can clear the Lava Dragon difficulty 6, right? You can get a 2-cost clear. With Skirk, because her good supports are 5 stars, you need a lot more 5-star pulls to make her team function at the level of power that is required to be difficulty 6. And I feel like by the time I have enough primos to get that and 3 other teams, she'll have gotten power crept. The reason why I feel pretty comfortable about going for Mawika is that even if Mawika ends up power crept as a support, Mawika's C2 makes her a very powerful, or sorry, even if Mawika ends up getting power crept as a carry, her C2 makes her a pretty fucking great support. So I'll still have a use for her on this account. What's up, Limbo? I hope you're having a good morning, too. Same for Milani. Yeah, Milani! I'm not as sure about getting Milani. The only reason why I'm getting, like, convinced to pull Milani is because of the fucking goblet I got. I know it's not a good idea. I know I'm just getting, like, I know it's stupid. But I want to do it. But, like, the right play is probably get Mawika, hope to get C2, stop there, and then get C-Lolly. Honestly, I don't even know if C-Lolly's necessary. She might not be. Like, C2R1 Mawika can probably clear without any other 5 stars. I wonder if there are any clears of C2R1 Mawika with no other 5 stars. You want to try on my account? No, I don't. I don't hate myself enough for that. Chat, how do you do the Discord thing that, like, shows the time according to each individual user's time zone? Alright, thank you, Watchful. Short time.
Seems all the other knights already have their hands
Long
full.
time. Short date? No. Long time.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I figured it out. Thank you, chat. Okay. So what are we gonna do on this account today? Oh, any helpers? We got back to 20 resin. Have you talked about INEFFA? No, not today yet. We'll talk about her. Don't you worry about that. This time we'll accept additional people just in case. Okay, never mind. Scam title. I got baited by the title. We'll talk about INEFFA soon. Don't worry. Wait, that's wrong difficulty. Oopsie. Low is busy and cannot be invited.
You still have a special place in my heart.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh, wow.
Where do we come from?
Okay, I need one of you guys to go for a carry. This won't work out. Guys, yeah. Low, you better be bringing a carry. Thank you for the raid. Get a good stream. Okay, we got a Mawika. We're fine. It'll work out. Wait, are you C6 Shiloden? Oh, bro changed to Arlecchino. I see. Who's the slow loser this time? It's Low. Low was the only one that wasn't trying to walk forward. Low is a loser and is very slow to load in.
Light it up.
Right. We're gonna be double, right? Yeah. That's actually nice. For Pyro MC in Overload teams. This is something worth keeping, for sure. Even if it's not that good. Okay. Maybe. Who knows? I do already have something pretty decent, though, so... Unless this rolls like EM... Okay. Well, it did roll EM. It's rolling a lot of EM. Okay, my goodness. Do I ever keep this? Maybe? Can I ditch this? It makes me angry to look at. Reroll. The thing is, I have better reroll targets than this. So I don't think I'll ever reroll it. Like, I could reroll this once I get to, like, the 18th reroll, right? The problem is I won't be able to do difficulty 5 for a while, so I'm gonna be -1 feather each batch. So it's gonna take a while to get to 18. And I'll probably craft another Pyro Goblet by the time I do that. Hopefully one that has either attack or EM as an additional stat. So I think I actually can just use this as XP. Because, like, the next Pyro Goblet I craft is guaranteed to be at least as good as this. Right, these aren't even high rolls of crit. These are low rolls. They're not min rolls, but they're both low rolls. So, like, as a +0, it's pretty bad. Yeah. Alright. Just don't roll flat attack. Okay. That's a max roll of crit. That's pretty good. I can keep this for Yonson. I could keep this as well. I could keep this as well. I don't need to keep this. This is gonna cap out as a 6 roller that doesn't even have double crit. Yeah. I can probably ditch some of these. Is that gonna be enough to get me to 20? It might be. What about this? I guess I don't really want to dish either of these. But I also don't want to dish this. I can dish this one. Whatever. And then for now, we remove this in case we get ×2. Did not get ×2. Okay, well this is interesting. I don't really know how to feel about it, honestly. I don't know how to feel about it at all. This is a 6 roller. This is a 7 roller, right? But this is a lot more crit rate focused, which is good because I don't have a great crit ratio. But having this available is nice. It's also a good off piece for any EM scaler. So I think, yeah, we'll be keeping both for now. I do kind of want to reshape this though. This is actually really likely to reshape well. This is actually an amazing reshape target, isn't it? Should I do it? Because, like, as long as it dodges defense, it could be an 8 roller. And it's, what, 20% to dodge defense? %23%? It's pretty likely that with 4 feathers, at least one of my attempts rolls. This isn't something you want to use your guarantees on, but it's a good target for non-guarantees. This is a good target for guarantees. So is this. This is a better target for guarantees, actually. I don't have another good target for non-guarantees. You know what? I'll do it once. I'll do it once. For fun. Because I'm a fun and interactive streamer that provides his chat with amazing content. Just don't go defense. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We take those. That's a good outcome. That's a good outcome. We take those. Those crit rolls are like abominably low, by the way. That's 3 min rolls of not crit rolls, of those EM rolls. That's 3 min rolls of EM, I think. I'm pretty sure, yeah. A min roll of EM is 16, and this is 3 16 rolls, because it's 16 point something. So it rounds to 49 instead of 48. The crit rolls are also pretty low. But honestly, I don't care. This is an 8 roller. This is good. This is a great piece. I guess this is dog shit now. Well, that's fine. We're starting to look pretty good though. So I reroll this too. This one's a guaranteed upgrade. The question is just how much of an upgrade it is. It's not that good though. I don't really want to reroll it. But I kind of do. Not a 4-liner. That, I don't know how much that matters on something that only has 2 useful rolls. If I already had Mawika, I think I'd reroll this because it is a guaranteed short-term upgrade. But since I don't have her yet, I might as well wait until I have her. Still though, like, this is kind of an insane stat line. How many rolls do we have? Like, considering how new this account is, 8 rolls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so 15. This one's the worst one, but we're gonna be using this one, honestly, so it's fine. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. 24. 1, 2, 3, 4. 28. Considering how new this account is, that's really good. It's really good. That might be more rolls than I have on my main, on my Mawika. Anyways. Yeah, and I can off-piece something, although I'm pretty sure I don't have an off-piece worth using. Maybe I do, actually. I mean, I definitely don't want a flower off-piece. Feather off-piece? That's not better. That's not better. Don't really want attack sense. Unfortunately, that's not pyro. That's pretty bad.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Yeah, I don't really have an off-piece that would be better. I have an off-piece that would be more rolls, but I don't think it's actually better because the rolls are lower. So I think my best set is 5-piece right now. That's gonna be nice for Seatwali, huh?
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
Do you pre-farm anything from Mawika? I didn't pre-farm any like talent or boss stuff like that. But I've been pre-farming artifacts for a while. Making video in Mawika CDN1 damage gain. You get what damage gain did you get in your calcs? You know, seeing 10% of recharge attack spam. I don't like CDN1 because it's mechanically so much more difficult, and you need to execute it really well in order to actually get the 6th vape charge attack. So I didn't calc it. Self-care, yeah. It is self-care. Refusing to CDN1 is self-care. I mean, I could go practice it, I guess. Did I click on America? Surely I did, right? And we actually can practice it here. Probably go hard, because I don't think it dies to 1. Hi, hello, welcome back, Jamie. But yeah, I haven't done it. I haven't done calcs on it really because I kind of can't be bothered. I think it's too difficult to execute mechanically to expect people to actually do it.
Pyroclastic surge.
Can't even tell if I got it. I don't think I got it.
Light of the blazing sun.
1.
Incinerate. Burning. Wrath from the skies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I get it?
Incinerate.
I couldn't tell because it fucking ran away.
Pyroclastic surge.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I did get it. Oh, my goodness. We got it.
Light of the blazing sun.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Incinerate.
Okay, maybe it's easier to execute than I thought. Well, yeah, I can check the damage increase I get from it. Sure, I'll approximate it for now. Instead of bothering with buff uptime and that abomination of a team with instructor Shilonen. Is 6 the max? I don't know. Maybe frame perfect execution gets you 7, but in practice, yeah, it is. So Flame Strider charge attack damage is 181.7. 181.7. Frame perfect gets you 7. Yeah, okay. Well, you're not getting 7 though. You're also getting. Are you getting 200? I mean, I guess you are. Yeah. 0.95 times 200. That's 1 CA hit. Normal attack hit. I guess N1 hit. Dash hit. Okay. N1 hit is 105.2. And 0.47 times 200. D dash sprint 148.5. Oops. But we also have Vaped C, which is this times 1.5, but you also get a bunch of EM. Please just shut the fuck up. I'm begging you. How much EM do you get? You probably go EM Sends in these teams. You get Instructor. That's it for external sources. So Start at 307. Probably about 100 in substats is a fair assumption. So your vape damage is multiplied by about 1.6 from your EM. So, default combo is 4 C2D C. I get 8 charge attacks. Jamie, you're talking about getting 8 charge attacks total, not 8 charge attacks buffed by the burst, right? Because there's no shot you're getting 8 charge attacks buffed by the burst, right?
Burning. Pyroclastic surge. Light of the blazing sun. Incinerate.
Okay. So that was 9. And so that was 4. This was burst, and then we had C. CD. And then 2 C2D. And the other one was 5 C N1, no, CD N1 C, followed by N1 D. That's 6. Then 2 C N1 D into CF. Because in a team like this, there's no reason to swap out of Mawika while you still have Fighting Spirit, right? Like, you should just stay. What in the world is F? That's the final hit of the charge attack. So we're gonna need to add a couple things. C, vape C, N1, and F. These outside of the burst lose this thing. And F is 252.8. Would it be vaped F? No, ICD doesn't allow you to do that. It shares ICD. So, this is 5 vaped charge attacks, 4 unvaped charge attacks, 0 and 1s, 7 dashes. Vape charge attacks outside of burst is 2. Unvape charge attacks outside of burst is 3. Okay? And then for this thing, 0 of these, 6 of these, 5 of these, a total of 7 dashes again. No, 8 dashes, right? 8 dashes. 0 unvaped normal charge attacks in this combo. Vaped outside of burst is 3. N1s outside of burst is also 3. F is 1. So about 12% increase to the total motion value output. But there's probably some jank fuckery to be min-maxed on the first combo at the end of it when you run out. It's gonna make it closer to 10%.
Light it up. Wrath from the skies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, you're probably just supposed to do this at the end.
Rise with the sun.
Something like this, at least. Wait, actually, I want to see what the cooldown left looks like on both of these at the end.
Pyroclastic surge.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Cooldown left was what? 4.5-ish? And then if I do the CN1D, I'll take a look at that in a second, Jamie.
Wrath from the skies.
Fuck. 5, 6. It's pretty much the same, but I kind of fucked that up. Alright, let's take a look. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so this is, as you can see, your charge attack damage is 72k. Whereas the last charge attack damage was 150k, right? It's hard to see behind this number, but it's 150k. So you can see that the seventh charge attack doesn't have burst buff anymore, right? Also, the normal attack also doesn't, right? You can see here, your normal attack is for 40k. And this is the 6th N1. It hits for 20k. So that's after it expires, right? So, charge attack, dash, N1, right, is about 150k, then about 40k. When burst is up. That's the second one. That's the third one. That's the fourth one. Here it didn't crit, but it would have been 150k. 40k. That's the fifth one. That's the only... That's the end of the ones you get completely. Then here, as you can see, your bar is still shining. You get 150k. But here, your bar stops shining. Okay. Sorry. Bar is still shining here. Stops shining right now. Right after the D. So that 6th one is going to be somewhat unreliable to get. And then it runs out for the N1 after that. Just looking at the damage during uptime, like during burst uptime, Um, none of these are there. This is 4 dashes. This is 5 dashes. It's about an 8% increase. If you missed that last charge attack, it's worse. About 5% worse. For your uptime damage. What do you mean 5 fully buffed? Oh, you mean the number of charge attacks. Yeah, so you get a total of 8. You can get 9, actually, I think. 9 charge attacks. That's what I got the first time. Let's see if I can get it again. I think it depends on whether your thing expires before your 6th dash or not. Oops.
Light of the blazing sun.
Fuck. I fucked up my N1 there. Fuck.
Incinerate.
But you can finish your 9th one like that, where like you just barely have enough to start one, and then it starts it and then does the final hit. Let me try to focus a bit more.
Wrath from the skies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Burn it down.
Yeah. So that's the upper limit as far as I'm concerned. Maybe 10 is doable frame perfect. But your thing expires after your 6th charge attack. Before the 6th normal attack. And like, yeah, you're supposed to stay on Mauiga for a bit longer than just the uptime. But honestly, this is the motion value you get, like adjusted motion value with the EM multiplier, right? This is what you get during her uptime. This is what you get from the extra 5 seconds. It's not that much of an increase. Okay, so I'll be right back, chat. I'm back. Alright, guards. Let me see if I can get a better combo for the CGD, like, outside of the thing.
Rise. Light of the blazing sun.
Yeah, I got an 8th one. I'm kind of cornged. I can, and it wasn't even that hard to get the 8th one. Also, with the tightness of the execution window for this, I think you can pretty safely assume that if you're able to execute this, you're able to get 5 here. And then you also get +2. Or +1 of these. And 1 of these. And the actual total difference is incredibly small. That's because technically CDN1 is a slightly better combo with infinite Night Soul, but it dashes more often. So once your burst expires and your Night Soul or your dashes start costing you Night Soul, it becomes more efficient to do the C2D instead. Why do whales do CDN1? Because the actual best combo is gonna be this. Oops.
Wrath from the skies!
I fucked up already.
Pyroclastic surge!
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I fucked that up. Wait, also I'm realizing you're not getting 9. I'm getting 9 because I'm swapping from Maoika to Shilonen back to Maoika instantly. I'm an idiot. Wait, anyways. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fuck. I guess I should have done that. You lower the team setup. I will say though, with C1 plus Maoika, you get higher even with the team setup. So it depends on a lot of factors. Anyways, if I wanna look at the with setup, I need to go up difficulty because it's gonna die. But also, once you reach a certain point with the C1, you don't actually want to stay on Maoika for too long because your cooldowns are going to be back. So doing the combos that are less Night Soul efficient is fine. What percent you get, and is it worth it mathematically? The conclusion is it depends. It can be as low of an increase as a 1%, or as high as like 15%. It's going to depend on a lot of different factors. As a general rule, it is worth doing, though. I don't think it'll ever be less damage if you execute it well. But if you miss your 6th vape, it's less DPS. Pretty much no matter the circumstances. You need to get the 6th vape out before burst expires for it to be worth it. Otherwise, it's not. So you need a bit of practice on it. Don't worry, Jamie. I'm always happy to derail stream for TC questions. Is this Tolpo exclusive or just Maoika Vape in general? This is Maoika Vape in general. Anyways. Have I crafted an artifact this cycle? Yes, I have. Man. I wonder what I craft next cycle. It might just be a goblet. Wait, what is that? Oh! How much better is Arlecchino's signature on C1 versus C1 Scarlet's hand? I'm confused what the fuck your question is. How much... Are you asking how much better her signature is compared to Staff of Scarlet Sands on C1? If you have any EM Sands? Yes, okay. We managed to decipher the question, chat. Let's go. It's really not that much better if you have any EM Sands, but it might not be better to... It might be better to go attack Sands if you're not on Staff of Scarlet Sands. So, it honestly is going to depend on your artifact quality. But it should range around 10% better. Basically, if all you're caring about is an upgrade for Arlecchino, you're probably better off getting her C2 than her Sig. If you have Staff of Scarlet Sands. We looking at INEFFA update today? Yeah, we are. You checked the 5.7 Abyss lineup? I don't know if I checked. Did I check? DG Cat. Viral Abyss. 5.7 or 5.8? I don't want to think about 5.8. 5.7. Okay, yeah. I mean, 5.7 is ass, but honestly, now that we know what 5.8 is, it's fucking nothing. You know? Double Y-Up fucking sucks, sure, but it is nothing compared to this guy. Who is that? This is the INEFFA equivalent of what this boss is for Skirk. Can we still brute force it? Realistically, only with Hydro or Electro carries. Right? 135, 135, 10, 10, 135, 135, 135, 135. But I honestly don't know how easy it will be. The way that it works, right, is it's gonna hide in a hat, right? And then it's gonna do like that fucking, like, find the ball under the cup thing, where it's gonna swap the hats around, and you have to find the right hat. And the hat inherits 40% of its total HP. So it's gonna have, like, almost 2 mil HP. And the hat takes significantly increased Electro Charge and Lunar Charge damage. Has normal resistances to Hydro and Electro, and is pretty much immune to everything else. But it's not just that it has a 135% HP, is that from what I understand, the damage you do to the hat gets transferred to the boss once the hat dies. But only Hydro and Electro damage. Other elemental damage does not get transferred to the boss. So if you tried to brute force it with Pyro, you're gonna have to kill that 2 mil HP hat with 135 resistances, and then the boss is still gonna be full HP. Whereas if you just hit it with Neuvillette, it's gonna be normal resistances, and then it's gonna lose almost half of its HP when you down the hat. I don't know if it's actually 1-to-1. We don't actually know that yet. We just know that the amount of HP it loses once the hat phase is over is proportional to the amount of Hydro, Electro, Electro Charge, and Lunar Charge damage it took. But since Electro Charge and Lunar Charge are Electro, it's basically just the amount of Hydro and Electro damage he took. You see that Kafka's best build post-buff is 4-piece Eagle and Tutorial? You were truly a pioneer of Star Rail meta with that relic set? Dude, I told you it was broken, okay? I told you it was broken. But like anyone with half a brain could tell that it was gonna be broken. Right? Like it's just too powerful. What the fuck is Tutorial? It's the like early event Silver Wolf weapon that gives you energy when you hit an enemy applied by a debuff or some shit. I don't remember exactly how it works. I just remember it gives you energy. You know, explained in Genshin terms, it's 5. It's actually better than 5. Because in Star Rail, you can't build ER in your substats. The only way you can get ER is from main stats, which means there's a hard cap to how much ER you can get. Which means if you want to use characters that are reliant on their burst and where the amount of ER, the maximum amount of ER they can get is less than that what they would need to use their ult 1 turn earlier, then getting energy from external sources like a light cone, which is the equivalent of a weapon, becomes fucking broken as fuck. Or like in Star Rail, if you don't have the energy to burst, you can't build more ER. You just have to accept you don't burst. Some sets give ER and some light cones do. Yeah, sure, but like the fact that you can't build it in substats is a massive deal, right? And it's the main reason why Tutorial is so good, despite the amount of energy it gives being kind of worse than what Fav gives you in Genshin. And the win set equivalent in Genshin is like... You know how the only reason to ever use Chongyun is his CDR, basically? It's like if you could give Chongyun C2 as an artifact set to some of your supports. Win set is TF? No, because TF doesn't help you reduce rotation length because it doesn't decrease burst cooldown. Win set actually does allow your support characters to do their whole kit more often, not just one part of it. There's a few exceptions, right? Characters that have actions that happen at fixed intervals. But most of those characters, if they have more turns, they have ways to advance forward those fixed interval actions. Why do you know this stuff? Because I played Star Rail when it came out. Well, not when it came out. I played Star Rail for like a little bit, a few patches after it came out. And I did some TC for it. Is he recording? No, I'm not. We're just yapping. The biggest problem I had with Star Rail is honestly just the combat is too brain dead. Like, there's some interesting things about the combat system, but everything that's interesting happens in the sheets. None of it is in the streets, you know? Like, all the interesting stuff for Star Rail combat is stuff that you will figure out before you enter combat, and then you enter combat, you can press the autoplay button, and it's gonna play itself. There's no interaction inside the combat. There's a few enemies that allow you to have interaction, and that's arguably the best part of Star Rail combat. But most of those enemies are also, like, designed to sell specific units. So it's less a learn the enemy mechanics and learn how to deal with them, and more a learn the enemy mechanics and then hate your life because you didn't pull for the latest 5-star. Cryo-automaton? Yeah! Think of the cryo-automaton, alright? And most Star Rail enemies, even the fucking, like, standard small enemies, are like that. It's bad, bad. It's bad, bad. We're heading that way with Genshin? Yeah, we are. I'm not happy about it. At all. What's that? Look at the graph at the bottom. Oh, nice. Just doubled. Nice. Was that the first one, by the way? Yes? Okay. Yeah, I guess Apocalyptic Shadow appeared once there had already been a decent amount of power creep. Because I was like, it only quadrupled? That's nothing. Let's look at MOC. And from AoE 2.5 mil to 15 mil. Single target 3.6 to 20. That's basically times 6. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. If you look at early Genshin, it was like that too. But the thing with early, like, Abyss 12 Genshin is because Genshin's combat has, honestly, a lot more things going on than Star Rail's combat, and because there's an additional layer of, like, mechanical skill expression, they started Abyss at a lower HP. Much lower HP than they started MOC and Star Rail. In terms of, like, how much investment it requires to clear. So while the increase is similar, the increase in difficulty kind of isn't. Read Serdra Kit? I don't want to. What does the graph look like for Genshin? Keep in mind Genshin's been out for longer, but we can take a look at it too. Sure. Alright, it started at about 1.5 mil, and we're now at about 10 mil. Which is also about 6 times. But we should just ignore 1.x Abyss. But, like, if you argue that, you could say, well, you should just ignore 1.x MOC too. Which, like, if you aren't aware of the of everything about Genshin and Star Rail, would sound like a reasonable thing, right? In reality, it's not, because the resin investment to acquire enough DPS to 36-star Abyss in 1.0 in Genshin, compared to the, I don't remember what the fuck the resource is called in Star Rail. Resin equivalent, whatever. What's it called? Trailblazer power. Ooh. Versus the Trailblazer power requirements to reach the DPS check for MOC in 1.0. It was a lot easier. It was a lot cheaper in terms of resin to reach the DPS requirements for 1.0 Abyss than it was in Trailblazer power for 1.0 MOC. Much, much easier. But anyways. Sora is also releasing character-specific relics almost every patch. That's really bad as well. I actually disagree with that. I think that farmable gear power creep is the only form of power creep that is actually good for these games. Because it gives you a proper incentive to always have, like, things that feel good to spend your daily resources on. Like, I remember in, like, late Inazuma, when I already had good enough emblem, and all my characters that I played were level 90 with their talents leveled, and I was just sitting there like, I guess I'll go in the emblem domain, but, like, this is boring as hell. I know I won't get an upgrade in the next 2 months in this domain. I'm just, like, spending resin because I guess I should. That actually makes the, like, daily gameplay experience more boring. I think turn-based games are inherently more dependent on investment threshold. Yeah, they are, obviously. I'm stuck at Fearless Stage 3 Automaton. I just have Skirk and Farina. Maybe use Mawika. The Stage 3 will be the best team. I would recommend using Skirk. I assume you don't have Escoffier, so if you want to use Farina, you're probably going to want to use either Charlotte or Mika. Because Automaton heavily rewards you for using units that apply a lot of cryo, I would lean towards Charlotte if you have both either built or not built. But if your Mika's built and your Charlotte isn't built, you can probably do it with Mika too. And then your last slot, you have a few options. I think it depends on your weapons. If you have Eshu and you don't have, like, Misplayer or something like that, you probably want to use a Shielder as your last slot. Lila would be a decent option. If you don't have Eshu, or if you have Missplitter, basically you have a weapon better than Finale. Right? A weapon that, like, doesn't require a shield. You can just think about a bunch of other units, either Hydro or Cryo, anything that does something useful for your team. Anyone that can hold 5, true. My Chi-Chi is... No, don't use Chi-Chi. Haran on Skirk? Haran on Skirk is good. That means you don't need to bring a shielder. Unironically, I would use a level 40 Charlotte before I use Chi-Chi. You watch Finon's trailer. Sure. So, is there any context I should know? What the fuck is this region about? Why are we at 130 now? What is this region? And what is there? Spoilers? I don't give a shit. You think I'm gonna play Star Rail? Oh yeah, it's the Greek region. Right. Okay. In time looping Greece. All right. Bet.
They say, if suffering has an end, then I will be the deliverer.
This smile looks like the most low-budget isekai protagonist smile I have ever seen.
Then I...
Bro, I hate it. Amazing start.
will be the deliverer.
Okay.
But why is there absolutely nothing behind me now?
After it's over,
Oh my god, they're
I'll
British.
open a tailor shop.
It wouldn't be bad to live for yourself.
I want to be a normal person.
That's not a wish. Time to see who's better. And stand up and face me! Why? Why did you? Take them all away from me!
May this world never again need a deliverer.
Fine enough, Ides Elysiae. What is your dream?
You guys were right. This is a great trailer.
In truth, I just want...
It's losing me, Chad.
This is not the end.
It's losing me right now.
Walking
Dude, what the fuck is it with Toyo and Cubes, man?
till I witness the end of this journey. But I will never submit to this idea of fate. Never.
Okay, honestly, I don't know how minor of a nitpick it is, but you know how sometimes it sounds like the voice actors are getting their lines one at a time? Like, this is supposed to be a continuous sentence. Why are you pausing at the end of each line? It sounds like you just don't know what's coming next, like what you're about to say. I don't like that. It just sounds off. Like, listen.
I will never submit.
That's a period right there. Like, that's a period. Your sentence is over, buddy. If that's not the end of your sentence, change your intonation, please.
To this idea of fate. Never.
I really like it up until the dubstep part. Like, I really like the first half of this trailer. Like, to the point where this is kind of making me want to re-download Star Rail. I'm glad that the second part of the trailer kind of looks like shit and sounds like shit, because it's helping to quell the urge. You wouldn't enjoy it? I know I wouldn't enjoy the gameplay, but I probably would enjoy, like, playing through the story. No? The story is good, but it's wordy as hell. I mean, I don't mind wordy stories. The only thing that really bothers me in, like, games where the dialogue is, like, at the bottom of the screen is I really hate how they make the fucking dialogue, like, slowly roll out. Like, the lines. Because I read faster than it rolls out. So it feels like walking behind someone who's going just a little bit too slow. And I feel like that all the time. And I hate it so much. Like, just give me the fucking line and let me read at my own pace. Please. I'm fucking begging you. Anyways, but, like, I'm gonna be honest. The characters from this place look a lot more, like, they look and they feel a lot more human than I expected. I'm really surprised. That is not the vibe I got from the Ugly Glugla trailer at all. The story's really good and I'm furious. I can believe it, honestly. I mean, I can half believe it. I get a feeling like that as soon as this sort of shit starts happening, the story kind of gets worse. I think Hoyo is really, really bad at escalating stakes in stories. Their low-stakes stories tend to be actually pretty good, but as soon as things start to get, like, higher stakes, they always start bringing in cosmic bullshit, and it's always like, okay, dude, you're just saying words for fun at this point. Like, you're just making up new words. Just, I stopped caring at the fifth fucking instance of you using an archaic fucking word that isn't used anymore because you wanted your world building to feel different from other games. It's a problem in Genshin too. Like, it's inherently care so much less about any story where the stakes involve ley lines, the stakes involve gnosis, the stakes involve celestial. I don't give a shit, man. Like, not at all. Some of those things I understand and don't like. Some of those things I don't understand and don't want to bother understanding because I also don't like. But it just always feels like it's trying too hard to be different. But I think Hoyo actually does tend to be pretty good at making low-stakes stories. That's why Venti's story quest was so good. That's why Toknari's story quest was so good. And I think the most like high stakes stuff they've executed well in their story is Conria and the Cataclysm. But I don't know. I mean, for those of you that have played the latest quest, and I guess if you haven't played the latest Archon quest, here's your spoiler warning. Mute the stream for a little bit. I'll talk about it for like 5 minutes. I don't know how I feel about the whole time travel bullshit. About the which ruler was it? Was it the ruler of time, Isroth, whatever, being responsible for the twin not helping that much during the Cataclysm? Like, I feel like they're kind of getting into introducing higher stakes just for the sake of introducing higher stakes territory, instead of things that actually make the story feel more impactful. What's your opinion on Skirk's story then? I thought Skirk's story was okay. I didn't think it was extraordinary, but I didn't think it was poorly written. I will say, I did not like the voice acting for Sertology. Initially, I didn't mind it that much, and I was like, why is chat so, like, why does chat hate it so much? And then we heard, Scuff Nunga talk, and I was like, and then he's, like, it was juxtaposed with Sertology voice acting, and I was like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is going on, man? Why didn't they switch the voice actors, dude? Fuck, man. It's like all the gravity to Sertology's voice was just mixing effects that were added on top of the voice to, like, give it resonance and shit. But the actual way the voice actor was speaking just was not intimidating at all. Personally, I like the Sklorp quest because it actually felt like a story quest and not just a date with a waifu. I think it was kind of both, if we're being fully honest here. Like, it was a date with a waifu. But the story elements were executed properly. It wasn't just a date with a waifu. Yeah, I can look at the minus 15k, fine. What's wrong with a day with a waifu? When a quest just feels like a day with a waifu, it's boring and cringe. Your emote isn't loading. Cooked. Oh, never mind. Do I want to add Sertology? You know what? Yeah, I'm down. But I don't know if we have spots. Yeah, Lud. Ding dong. That's the wrong one. Is there a better one? You had Skork instead? No. But yeah, Lud, if you want to remove an unused emote and add the Sertology that is the right one, I guess. Like, sure, I don't mind. Remove low. Low's already gone, yeah. It was so bullshit how we got in her dreams, too. Like, sure, she's locked behind her stone-hearted side, but she'll forget to block us out properly. I mean, I didn't think that was a problem. I think that was pretty clearly explained, too. She wanted to block us out, but her fucking DID second personality wanted to bring us in. In order to block us out, she basically left us in a wasteland with fog everywhere so we couldn't orient ourselves. But her second personality came and guided us to her inner world in order to let us witness her memories. Like, I thought that was fine. Not a second personality, her repressed emotional self. I mean, her repressed emotional self is also a second personality. I'm sorry, but if it's a fucking separate entity you can talk to, that's a separate identity. I can't add it? Oh, can you not? I mean, we can add this one. I don't mind. Yeah, I think it might be a little bit too blurry. Like, it's too hard to see that that's a ta, I think. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're removing it. Like my minus 15k? Chat, stop including like additional words on top of your minus 15k. Just send the link. Okay? I want to be able to double click on your mess or triple click on your message and copy. But if you add words, it's going to copy the words too.
Always there, and it will never perish.
No, I don't want to add No, thank you. Skork. Fine, I'll add Skork. It's not bad. Fine. Alright, Josh, should we talk about INEFFA changes? You know what? We could make a short about it. Now that I'm gonna, like, try to make shorts here and there, we can make a short about it. Let's refresh chat, too. Did she get nerfed into Oblivion already? No, she got buffed. Which is why I think it would be a good idea to make a short. because a lot of people think it's a nerf, but it's actually a buff. So, base, attack percent, flat attack. Thank you for the 5 gifted, McQueen. Holy. We're pogging. Total attack. EM multiplier. Crit value, crit multiplier, damage percent. What else do we have? That's it. Effective attack. Effective attack, lunar charge. Motion value attack, motion value, lunar charge. Damage. Or damage attack. I'll separate them, actually. Damage, lunar charge. Total damage. So, okay. How do you make it again? I forgot. Let's just look at Hamdi Cat then. Characters, INEFFA, back updates. This is not level 10, but it is what it is. Okay. I guess I should also separate. E attack, E attack, Q, motion value, attack, Q, value, attack, E, damage, attack, E, damage, attack, Q. Alright. So, base attack, what weapon do we look at for now? Just deathmatch. Battle of the Fjords, doesn't really matter. Let's just do deathmatch. Base attack 330. 454. Attack percent 24 from deathmatch, 46.6 times 2 from main stats. Ballad outperforms deathmatch. That makes sense, but I think more people have deathmatch. Because there's a lot more competition for weapons in the second Battle Pass phase, and refines are actually good on Sack Jade. And there's a lot of characters on which Battle of the Fjords isn't good, but there isn't really a character on which deathmatch is bad. Anyways, what other sources of attack do we have? 20% from subs, maybe 20% from the lesser TOM. Flat attack about 350. EM. What team first? This is going to be a generic, not too much external buff stuff. Let's say about 40 base EM. What set should we give her for personal damage? Two piece. Is that even better than Gilded? Probably not, right? Gilded is better, yeah. New set is proven fake? No, but I want to just look at confirmed information so far. So 230. And then plus 6% of her total attack. Yeah, multiplier 1.14 times. This is pre-buff 5 times EM divided by 2100 plus EM plus 1. Not enough to make it worthwhile to farm, but it's technically better. Yeah, that makes sense. Crit value 98.4, 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 36.8 times 2. Crit multiplier. Unless you have official, her ER requirements are super high to burst every rotation, might come up. Yeah, there's a lot of teams where you're gonna go Fav. Fav my goat. But for the purposes of this comparison, it won't change much. Damage percent is gonna be very low, honestly. Her kit doesn't give her any, Gilded doesn't give her any, so it's just gonna be external buffs. Farina's often gonna be useful in her teas, although she is far from necessary. Because she doesn't really buff her damage very much, but we can assume Farina buff. Effective attack E is total attack times crit multiplier times 1 plus damage percent. And then effective attack lunar charged. Instead of 1 plus damage percent, we have times EM multiplier. Motion value attack E. Pre-buff. Or sorry, yeah, pre-buff. 230.4. We're going to assume talent level 10, because there's Ascension talent damage, so if you want to make a fair comparison for high investment, we have to use talent level 10. Anyways, then Burst at talent level 10 is... We have how many instances of this? 10. Over 20 seconds. And then we have 155.52 from the skill cast. Burst, 1218.24. And then Lunar Charge is 80% times 10 times 3. Damage attack E is effective attack E times motion value attack E times defense multiplier times resistance multiplier. You're probably using a shredder. And here, we just don't have this. Brings the total damage to around 574k, and DPS at around 28k. Yeah. Post buff. Only thing that got reduced was motion value on the skill. Now instead of 230.4, it is back updates. 172.8. Oh my god. Massive nerf. We lost 1.7k. I'm looking at talent level 10, Prostal. In exchange for that, though, they buffed the EM multiplier. Instead of this, 5 and divided by 2100 is now 6 divided by 2000. Your EM multiplier went up a little bit. Which actually means that even without taking into account the lunar charge reaction damage that you get from the rest of the team, and from her own lunar charge contribution, just for her personal damage, it's already a buff. Because the lunar charge EM multiplier also applies to her Ascension 1 passive. And her Ascension 1 passive is the biggest portion of her damage, right? They nerfed the skill damage by like 25%, and they buffed the lunar charge damage by like 11%. 11 is smaller than 25, but the lunar charge damage is so much more of her personal contribution to begin with that 11% buff to lunar charge damage is better, is more impactful than a 25% nerf to her E damage. Let's graph this. Because that will be useful for the short that we want to make. Yeah. Am I not? Oh, right. I should call this elemental skill, elemental burst, and ascension passive. And then instead of graphing just this, I'm gonna graph this. Can you just shut up real quick? There we go. Let's go to the options. Data? No. Yes? Here. Data labels? Yeah. There we go. That's perfect. Can I also percentage n value? Yeah. Number. No. And then if I make the percentages show up again, fuck. It's grouping them together. That's annoying. I don't think I can do that then. I want to separate the number value and the percentage value and make it so that the number value shows less digits. I don't know how I can do that though. Oh, I know how I can do that. There we go. That's how I can do that. Okay. And then I will copy this. What the heck just happened? Ah! What have I done? Where did they go? They went away. They disappeared. Why did they disappear? And I can't even control Z for some reason. Shit. Ah, tabarnak. Whatever. I'll just make it again. Now that I know what I want to do, it'll be faster. Why is it not separating with new line? That clearly says new line. Do I have to fucking turn it off and back on again? No, okay. There we go. Okay. And I can now copy this here, make a second one, and change the selected data. To this. Yep. Big! Alright, alright. We've got our two charts. So this is INEFFA pre-buff. INEFFA post-buff. Can I make it show the total somehow? How would it look nice, actually? How could I make it look nice that it shows the total? Like, where would I want it to show? Probably at the bottom. Don't use Excel? That's smart, actually. Excel is really awful at visualizing data, but it is what it is. Text options. No. It's probably in the data selection, actually. No, it is not. Okay, well, we can remove... Wait, where the fuck is the... There it is. We can remove the legend for now. And then... No! Nope. That doesn't work either. You were right, I should not have used Excel, man. God, this is so ass. Maybe I should just send the data to the editors and ask them to make it look nice. What if I insert word art? Can I just insert a text box? Yeah. Okay, now. Where did the text box go? It's gone. Okay. I have to. Total damage. Close enough. And then no. I want to insert it inside this. It is not inserting properly. Callis. Okay, there we go. Ah, tabarnak. Total damage 582337. Good enough, man. Let me just move chat out of the way so the editors can just fucking screenshot this shit if they want. Alright, so there's this one. And then there's this one. Alright, whatever. Okay, we can now record the short, now that we have our visual indicators. I don't know how excited and TikTok-y I want to be in my tone, though, for shorts. I don't think I want to push it too much, honestly. So. The first round of beta changes to INEFFA has arrived, and she got buffed, actually. If you just read the changes to her kit directly, it sounds like she got nerfed. Her elemental skill damage instances now do 172.8% of her attack at talent level 10 instead of 230.4. However, they also buffed the elemental mastery scaling for lunar charge damage. And before even looking at how that affects the lunar charge reaction damage, remember, INEFFA deals lunar charge damage with her Ascension passive, and it's already the most significant portion of her damage. That relatively minor EM buff on the average INEFFA build is actually going to turn out to outpace that pretty major skill damage nerf. As it turns out, a small buff to a big number is more significant than a big nerf to a small number. I think that's it. That's good enough. And editors can like make that look good, I guess. I think even at relatively low EM, it's probably still the case. 200 EM, it's a side grade. 300 EM. Yeah. If you have literally no external sources of EM, right, like no gilded, it's a slight buff to her, or a slight nerf to her personal damage, but with the lunar charge damage buff, it's a buff anyways. Yeah, alright, we're chilling. Anyways, I'm actually kind of curious. What if you go EM Sands here? Probably not that far behind, huh? It is worse. Because you don't have that much attack, yeah. It's bad because of A4. I mean, it's not just because of the A4. Like I was doing calcs on her damage numbers with external buffs, and there are actually a few situations where EM main stat becomes better. So if you're assuming a team that actually like goes for her damage, well, right, you're assuming that you're using Bennett, which you should use fucking Bennett, loser. You do something like I don't know, Bennett, Arlecchino, INEFFA, Yulon, something like that. You get our resonance. You get Bennett buff. You don't get this damage percent. No. We didn't change this. It's not fucking 40, whatever. I mean, it's still fucking high, man. 34k off-field DPS is insane for a shielder, but whatever, man. And that's without her new set, by the way. You also lose like 1 to 2 LC procs. Yeah, but the LC procs do fucking nothing. As long as you don't lose the Ascension 1 uptime, it does not matter at all. Oh no, I will lose like 30k DPR. My 1k DPS, no! You're losing uptime on them? No, because the Thundercloud lasts for longer than the interval between 2 lunar charge procs. As far as I'm aware, at least. From what I've seen, it seems like it does. Anyways, I guess this one's a pretty minor difference, but yeah, main stat is slightly better. Slightly. But that's with Gilded, right? Once she gets her real set, she gets a lot less EM. So let's give her the real set. So, minus 230 plus 95. Minus 230 plus 95. Plus... how much was it? 32 times 1.75, I think. Yeah, and now, yeah, main side is a much better thing. Oh. Alright, we got an exercise redeem. Alright. Beidou officially dead in a dish. Nah, she's got shreds, so she's fine with INEFFA. Okay. Is INEFFA better than Fischl? Yeah. Yeah, she is. Do you know when Cloud checks? As far as I'm aware, it's just every 2 seconds. I've seen footage where they trigger Lunar Charge, get an instance of damage, remove the Electro Aura, and reapply it. And it triggers Lunar Charged again, but it does not do the damage until the 2-second interval. So even if you wipe the aura and reapply it, you don't get an additional instance of damage, unlike an Electro Charge. It's actually every 2 seconds. Or I suppose capped at once per 2 seconds. Solo Electro INEFFA is slightly cooked though. At this point she's like a slight Auron upgrade. I heavily disagree. The fact that she snapshots is a massive deal. She's also a pretty nice EM buff to your on-fielder. I think that INEFFA is a very nice upgrade to overvape teams. I do, Pressel. It does snapshot. There's no way Snapshot makes it to live. Maybe it won't. Is she a buff to Hyperbloom? Yeah, she is. She's a buff to a lot of teams. We use her on like EM crit in a Hyper Bloom team. And she still does pretty much the same damage. Right? Like if we remove the Bennett buff we got here. And the 25% from Power Resonance. Right? You just look at the damage you get from her base stat stuff. Is something wrong? Oh yeah, I removed the... This is... something's wrong here. Something's definitely wrong. This is 15k. This is also about 15k. It's a bit less. But then this number is lower. Oh, it's because I removed the shred, right? I'm a fucking idiot. Anyways, this is like the base output she has with like no external buffs whatsoever on her best build. This is if you go EM attack crit instead of attack crit. I guess you do want to stay on that, actually, because you want to be above 2k. You have footage of the snapshot? Nothing I can share, but I have it confirmed, yes. Does Lunar Charge get better with Def Shred? No, it does not. But it does get better with Resistance Shred. Anyways, if you go for a team that maximizes her personal damage, even if you don't give her any field time, if you do like Bennett, Sucrose, what Hydro do you even want? There isn't a good Hydro for her, right? So I guess you just take the L and accept a dog shit Hydro. Maybe you use Kokomi. TDDS Kokomi with TOM is probably the best. For her personal damage. Yelan doesn't help her personal damage. Anyways, so Bennett, we already have one set that gives stats. We get a second one. Actually, it's probably Instructor. Instructor EM. Sucrose EM. Yeah. Right now we have TOM on Kokomi. We get TTDS as well. Yeah. Yeah. And then Shred. Right, so you put her on a team where you just do your setup and then on-field Sucrose and she's at 62k DPS. But you can on-field her, and since the stats she scales with are pretty much all stats that are good for Bennett-infused pyro damage, you can also do some vaped charge attacks on her and make this DPS go up to like 80-something K. Just for personal DPS. Isn't 62k DPS? 62k DPS for team DPS is low. 62k DPS for a unit where you press EQ on them and then swap out is insane. Realistically though, most teams where you use her will rather use a strong Hydro that does personal damage themselves over a buffer, because the amount of damage you get from Kokomi being there is not that high. You'd rather have a strong Hydro that does something themselves. You can do TTDS Nebula, yeah. That's true, actually. That's a very good point. But you can also just do TTDS Sucrose, right? So there's no need to use the Nebula on TTDS. You can give him a normal damage weapon. And all you lose out on is TOM. And it's still almost 60k. Like, she's very strong.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Is TTDS Sucrose better than Hakushin? It's gonna depend on the rest of your team, but it can be, The issue with Hakushin is that it's not buffing INEFFA's damage. It's just buffing Neuvillette and Farina, if that's who you're using. How's Neuvillette Beto INEFFA Kazuha? Probably a lot worse than Neuvillette Bennett INEFFA Kazuha. Neuvillette with Bennett? Yup. INEFFA warrants that. It just is what it is, man. Is she like the best character in the game? No. Honestly, with the release of Siege Onslaught, I'd say that the best character in the game is probably Escoffier. Maybe it's Bennett. I don't know. How does she compare to someone like Emilie? She's a lot better than Emilie. I mean, these chicas, she doesn't have any replacement? What do you mean? Bro, you can use Escoffier in place of Emilie in her teams and it's almost as good. She's incredibly replaceable. Did we do IT? Not yet. We watch or just yap about Jello's tier list? I mean, we can take a look at it if you want. I don't think we'll watch the whole thing, though. We're gonna do the thing you're not supposed to do with tier lists and skip to the end and ignore the reasoning for everything. I assume this is supposed to be postage in Onslaught. I wonder if this is... Usually he doesn't do his things based on the current version of the content. It's like the current, what's been there for the last few patches, and what is expected to come in the next few patches, right? Yeah. Maika's Kirk at the top. I think that's reasonable. Arlecchino Navidad right below. I think that's also reasonable. I think the Klein is a little cope, but I mean it is what it is. Milani, Ayaka, Chaska, Kanich, Nadia. I don't know how to feel about Ayaka. Like, it is true to say that Ayaka's teams perform at this level. But, like, if you're gonna do that, then you probably need to put Kaya in 1.5. Right? Because, like, Kaya's teams with Escoffier Arena perform at similar levels as these characters. Rosaria is a fucking side grade to Risley in this team. So, I feel like Ayaka is a little bit of a fraud here. Kaya is not an on-fielder. I mean, just put him on field and use his normal attacks and he is an on-fielder. And if that's what you do, then he's about as good as Risley, really. But anyways. What does it say top right about C0R1? Characters are based at C0R1, or if their C1 is better than their R1 at C1R0. Anyways, let's look at the off-fields for a second. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I think. I don't know about Shenhe being here. But yeah, I feel like there's a few characters that are like omega fraudulent here, because it's like they're technically part of teams that perform at this level, but they're the worst character on that team by far, right? Like Emily in Kanish teams is by far the worst character. Because any of the characters in Kanish teams are replaceable, but Emily doesn't have other teams. And the other characters are honestly not even that synergistic with Kanish. Emily being only one tier below Escoffier to me is wild. Like, I don't know. Oh yeah, I guess it's 2 tiers below because there's an empty tier 0.5, but I don't know, man. Emilian Burning is similar to Escoffier in Freeze. Klugi. Me when I lie. Emilian Burning is similar to Escoffier in Burning. Not Escoffier in Freeze. Yeah, like, Emily's fairly valuable against the Lava Dragon boss specifically. Right? Because they went out of their way to make Burning better against it. They made the Stygian Onslaught version of the Lava Dragon boss more resistant to Pyro application, but not more resistance to Pyro hits. Which means Burning is just as effective against Stygian Onslaught Lava Dragon as Overworld and Abyss Lava Dragon, but Pyro application, so Channeling Pyronado, Bennett, E-Spam, are less efficient than they are in Abyss and Overworld. Like, they really, really wanted to make you feel like the Dendro was being useful. But that's against one boss that is not coming back to Stygian Onslaught probably for a long-ass time. Wanderer so much better than Klee. That one... Yeah. I don't know about that one, Chief. Why are Wanderer and Ito in the same tier? Ito is dog shit, and I can say that because I'm an Ito main. I'm guessing the reason for your confusion is because you don't have Wanderer. Is Animo the worst element now? I don't know. Like, Hoyo keeps giving reactions heavy incentives to be played in teams that only use the elements involved for those reactions, right? And they also keep giving us more sources of shred. I'd say that nowadays VV is a lot less impactful than it used to be, but it's not bad. It's just a lot less impactful. Jaska C0 in tier 1 is a bit much. I don't know. The thing about Jaska is that she has so much team flexibility. If you have a well-built Jaska, you can use her against most bosses. Yeah, and the R1 is a big upgrade for her compared to a lot of other characters. But also, Jaska is going to get a pretty big buff next patch with INEFFA. Because Jaska is a character that can shred for INEFFA's damage, but that also benefits from Bennett being on your team, which is something you really want to do when you're playing INEFFA. Jaska, INEFFA, Bennett, Farina. Yeah, that's probably going to be the best Jaska team once INEFFA comes out. What's the damage distribution? It's like probably about 50-50, well, 40-40. 42.5, 42.5 Jaska INEFFA, and like 15 Farina. Probably, something like that. I think I had a sheet for it. That's somewhere. Might be one of these. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So INEFFA 44, Jaska 41, Farina 13. Pretty close to what I was thinking. But it's not that much worse if you go Obsidian, right? Team DPS goes down by like 5%. And now INEFFA 36, Jaska 52, Farina 11. Another day of TOM Farina being on top. Yep. Yep. What weapon is Jaska on? I believe this was Song of Stillness. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Song of Stillness. Maybe. Actually, yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. It was one of the free-to-play weapons. Size redeemed. Alright. Does VV need a buff? No, definitely not. It's good that VV is not a requirement for every team anymore. So you have more options. Oh. Anyways, we can keep looking at these things. Hmm. Oron is kind of high. I agree. Oron is kind of high. Is Ayato really that high? I mean, it's not that Ayato's particularly high. It's that, like, what the fuck is good about any of these carries, you know? Kokomi above Raiden? It's not ordered within the tiers, so that's not Kokomi above Raiden. This T2 hurts Jamie's soul. Why? Because of Ganyu and Klee being here? And Raiden, I guess? Ganyu, Klee, and Raiden? Is it cope to say that Ito should be tier 2? I'm gonna be honest. The difference between the best tier 2 and the worst tier 1.5 is probably bigger than the difference between the best tier 2 and the worst tier 3. I feel like you could shuffle these two tiers around as much as you want and it wouldn't really change too much. Like, who's the worst tier 1.5? Alhaitham, maybe? Or Hutao? Or Risley? Maybe Risley could be argued in tier 2, I guess. Is Ilinao comparable to Ganyu? So the thing is with these characters is that our wheelchair is getting stronger and stronger. Nowadays, wheelchair Ganyu with Escoffier, Farina, fucking Flex, whatever the last slot is, competes with Ganyu's belt melt teams. But wheelchair Ganyu is effectively the same as wheelchair Ayato. Or wheelchair Elo. So, that means that those wheelchair Ayato teams are competitive with Ganyu's best teams. But wheelchair aside, Ganyu is obviously better than those characters. But the wheelchair is there, and you can't just pretend that it's not. Ella does nothing in that wheelchair team? That's not true. She has Cryo Shred on her whole D. As a disabled person, I find it so ableist. I don't think it's ableist. Like, the concept of tools helping isn't ableist in my eyes. Maybe I'm just like an idiot. People don't say it to say their tools helping. They say it to shit on the DPS. I don't know how to explain why I don't view it as ableist properly. Let me try to gather my thoughts so there's no misunderstandings. I think anyone is thinking that deep. I mean, that's not true. People clearly are. How should I explain it? Wheelchairs aren't for pushing someone, they're for people to move themselves. Well, isn't it both? Like, can't it be either? Like, the point I was making here, and the reason why I felt that using the term wheelchair wasn't particularly ableist, is that what's effectively happening is you're getting a wheelchair and you're pimping it up like crazy. Right, fucking Formula 1 wheelchair type beat. And the wheelchairs are getting higher and higher tech to the point that in a race, it's now becoming faster to embark on the wheelchair than to walk or to run. Unless you're a fucking Olympic athlete. Right, like, the point isn't, haha, character is weak and therefore disabled. Need wheelchair. Ha, disabled. It's the tools that used to be things that you could use to make dysfunctional characters work are getting so good and efficient and powerful that they're now also efficient to use for characters that are functional. Right? The wheelchair kind of transcended its purpose as a tool to help the dysfunctional characters function. Yeah, that's fair, right? Like, I'm not saying you're not allowed to feel annoyed when people use the term, right? At the end of the day, language is complicated, and whether you want them to be or not, words often have connotations, many of which will be unintended. If you feel uncomfortable with the use of the term, I'm not telling you that you shouldn't, right? Like, that's your prerogative entirely. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. I just hope you understand that I don't mean it in a derogatory way. I can't believe bro is not a native English speaker. Thank you, paid chatter. Cardiologist69. You watch the broom video? I guess we could. There was a similar term, driver. Driver was very different. Driver described a unit whose main purpose in a team was not necessarily their damage contribution, but a unit who had a purpose other than damage contribution on the team, but that still had very high field time. Is Vivi Chaska a driver? To some extent, she kind of is, yeah. Wheelchair archetypes exist even for strong main DPS units. I mean, yeah. Like, that's why the term is rising in popularity, right? It's because the wheelchair is getting so fucking pimped out that everyone's starting to use it. And INEFFA's not gonna help with that, by the way. Oh boy. Oh boy. I just wish there was a better term than one that so easily comes across that way. Yeah, but I don't know if there is. I don't know if there is a term that like would entirely avoid those potential implications that describes the situation as precisely and accurately as wheelchair. Passenger? Not really. Because, like, the characters are still doing something. They're still, you know, part of the movement. Trench coat? Not really. Thanks for not dismissing it. No, I got you. I understand. And I wanna point out, chat, a few I saw a few chatters say shit that was honestly really annoying. All right, you're not special for thinking that it's cringe to be offended at stuff. Okay, like, people have a different lived experience from you, and dismissing other people's concerns, especially if they're concerns you haven't experienced or have had to deal with yourself, is honestly pathetic. Rare W's a Jeff opinion. All my opinions are W's, man. SMH my head. Alright, like, I saw a lot of people in chat that interpreted the comment as someone trying to policing what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say. That was clearly not what they were doing. Alright, and if you fucking learned to read, you would have understood that as well. Alright, the world isn't out to get you. Learn a little bit of empathy, man. Like, please. I will say, right, if, hypothetically, the chatter came in here and actually did say, you're not allowed to say that, there would have been a little bit more of a reasonable... I don't want to say reasonable reason, because that's too repetitive. An understandable reason for you to get upset at that. But even if that was the case, you kind of need to understand that just because someone is being... What's the right word? Like, not outspoken. Like, strict in their demands. There's a word for that. Pushy? No, that's not the same thing. Demanding, I guess. Just because someone is being demanding and intransigent doesn't mean that they don't have a point. Sometimes assholes are right. That's how the... Unfortunately, that's how the world works. What the fuck is intransigent? It's... I mean, I think it's a word in English too. But it means, like, unwilling to give in to demands. The opposite of transitant, right? Anyways. What I'm making here is, had the chatter come in here and been rude about it, would not have been, like, that wouldn't have been a reason to completely dismiss their concerns. It can be a reason to dismiss them. I could be like, I don't want your attitude in chat, go away, and ban. I could have banned them. But sometimes shitty people have good points. So even for those of you that were under the impression that the chatter was being too demanding, I think that there were a few replies and a few chat messages that were honestly kind of cringe and ridiculous. Was I being a shitty person? No, you weren't. But it is a very common conservative grifter talking point to over-exaggerate language restrictions as snowflakes wanting to police how you talk. And so people that hang out in spaces that have a large population of grifters are often going to have that sort of reaction, even if you're being reasonable. Because what they're exposed to is exaggerations of people being unreasonable. And so when you bring up that type of subject, if you want everyone to be respectful, which, by the way, like, it's not your responsibility, but it's just the reality of the world that you're gonna have to deal with that if you go into a random space and talk about that. If you want everyone to be respectful, you're gonna have to go out of your way to make yourself incredibly clear that you're not trying to assign blame and you're just bringing up some potential issues with the language, right? I feel bad that Jello is just fucking standing here as we're yapping about this. By the way, this has nothing to do with him whatsoever. Jello been real quiet since this started. True! I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something to drink. I'm back! Guards, thank you very much. I think Zajef has the most stupid chat I've ever seen on Twitch. That's awesome. I hope you're saying that about the fucking Hardo spam and not about the previous discussion. Why is the song not updating? I don't know. Sometimes it just stops updating and I have to tab into it and then tab out the spam. Of course, okay. Would you advise getting INEFFA for someone who doesn't have a single team for her? What are the 5 stars you have? I highly doubt you don't have a single team for her. Verissa? See, that's already a team for her. AV. What the fuck is AV? Mawika? I mean, that can be a team for her. Maybe a bit less, though. Hyperbloom? That's a team for her. Kirk Premium? Okay, no. No, it's Kirk. AV? Okay, listen, alright? The Star Barrel Yap? Gone. Never again, okay? No more. Is she an upgrade for client teams? Probably. Can INEFFA replace anyone on Versa Overload? No. No, she cannot. INEFFA does not function if you don't have a Hydro unit with her. You absolutely need to trigger Lunar Charge at least once in a while. You don't need good Lunar Charge uptime. Thank you for the 14 months of Prime. Mia Kitty. You don't need good Lunar Charge uptime, but you do need to trigger it often enough to keep the Cloud. Without the Cloud, she does no damage, okay? What the fuck? Bro. Right. This gray portion here, right? That's the part of her damage that's reliant on you having a Cloud. Actually, that's this now, right? She does less than a third of the damage if you don't trigger Lunar Charge. She is bad, bad. You can bring her in a Sugar team against a Hydro-infused enemy, though, like Tulpa. And yeah, it'll work. You reckon she'd be good with Chaska, Freyna, Bennett? Yes. It'll probably be a pretty major upgrade to Chaska's teams. At least the non-Mawika ones. It might actually compete with the Chaska teams with Mawika, too. And by the way, this gray thing, this is not Lunar Charge reaction. This is her Ascension 1 passive that adds an instant of Lunar Charge talent damage when her skill hits an enemy while there's a Cloud on the field. It's still not the reaction, it's still her. But it's kind of like how Emily's skill does something different if you don't have burning, right? INEFFA's skill does something different if you don't have Lunar Charge. And it's a lot worse. Just like in Emily's case, it's a lot worse if you don't have burning. When do you think you'll be doing a pre-release vid? I usually post a pre-release vid once we get footage from the livestream, and I recorded the Monday before the livestream. So we have the latest beta changes as of the livestream. How much DPS does she do compared to ABD? I think she's the best comparison. It's a lot more variable. Emily's damage is never really below 10k, but it's also never really above like 25k. INEFFA's damage is gonna vary between like 15 and 70k. Actually, that's assuming you have Lunar Tart. If you don't have Lunar Tart, it probably varies between like 5 and 70k. Like, it's a massive difference. Is that supposed to be low? Right now, in terms of team DPS, the highest team in the game for C0, R0 5 stars and C6 4 stars is Maoika, Bennett, Ianson, Citlali at around 130 something K across multiple rotations. Is 70k as an on-field carry? No. This is still as an off-fielder. She can still reach around that in teams that focus on her damage. INEFFA by herself can do upwards of like half of that just in personal off-field damage. There are quite a few teams where INEFFA will outdamage your carry. She does significantly more damage in the right scenario than units like Escoffier, Emilie, all that. But unlike Escoffier, damage is pretty much all she provides offensively. Right? Escoffier also has healing that enables fanfare, and Escoffier also has shred, obviously. INEFFA has none of that. All she has is damage. She has a shield too, which is nice. But offensively, all she has is damage. It's just a lot of damage. Shield isn't particularly strong. It's not weak either, though. Like... she's pretty much always above 2,000 attack. At like 2,500 attack, this is... like a 13k shield without shield strength. If you have 2M on the team, it's a lot bigger than that. Is INEFFA strength concerning? I feel like it might be concerning depending on the balance of the Lunar Charge carry that we're supposed to get in 6.0. But that carry might just be ass. It is worth noting, though, that INEFFA's strongest teams on release will not be teams where your on-fielder is a Hydro or an Electro unit. INEFFA's strongest teams are going to be teams where you either don't really have much of a dedicated on-fielder, and you're just fucking using a bunch of buffers, or you're using Pyro on-fielders and doing Overvape. Hu Tao buff. Hu Tao is reliant on Farina's buffs generally, and you can't do INEFFA Farina because Hu Tao needs too much Hydro for Farina to be enough by herself, and then INEFFA, Yelan, Farina, you don't have a healer. So you don't get the fanfare. Is it possible that INEFFA Singso Yelan will be better than Hutel's current teams. I mean, I haven't calculated yet. Maybe there's a chance, honestly. INEFFA's really good, but I don't know. So why is Hydro Onfielder bad? Because most of the things that buff INEFFA don't buff Hydro carries. We don't have good attack scaling Hydro carries, so Bennett isn't really helping you unless you're playing Ayato, and Ayato's dog shit. The Shredders either provide damage percent, like Kazuha and Chilonen, or EM, like Sucrose. But you don't have carries that care about EM, and INEFFA doesn't care about damage percent. And so you just end up in a situation where what INEFFA wants and what your Hydro carries want are just too different. Except for the Hydro carries that just have bad numbers. Child could work, yes, but Child has bad numbers. EM Zyphos Ayato? Yeah, I don't know about that. Will Kokomi be worse than Ayato? No. Most likely, Kokomi is going to end up being better just because TTDS on INEFFA is more damage than Ayato's whole rotation. But, like, that's not a happy thought. That's a sad thought, you know? Anyways. I want to take a look at something. Let me get some Arlecchino stuff. I probably have some Arlecchino stuff lying around somewhere. Yeah, this was on-field INEFFA pre-changes, by the way. No, that was with Seg. This was Missive Windspear. And this was also Missive Windspear? No. Oh, it's because this is Sucrose, this is just double Hydro. Yeah, okay. EM multiplier. Okay. Motion value, attack. Is now 163.2. But EM multiplier, lunar charge, now 6. And okay. Yeah, whatever. So yeah. Like that. That's more than Arlecchino? Yeah, it is. It is what it is, man. Anyways, I probably have an Arlecchino somewhere. Right? Surely. I don't want to fucking map out her stuff again. It's so annoying to do. I think I'll have to, though. Don't pay attention to the fucking in-game screenshots. Yeah, I think oh, maybe this is it? No, clearly not. Okay, yeah, no, I lost it, I think. This is Kirk stuff. Kirk stuff. Oh, right, yeah. Alright, we're gonna have to... Oh! I found it, chat! I found it! And Tussie Arlecchino sheet. That. I'll name it. Okay. So. Okay. We have damage percent. Are we gonna need multiple sources of damage percent? We're probably gonna do Singtoyalon INEFFA for now. Maybe you'd rather do Sainto Ben at INEFFA. The burst every other rotation? Nah, you just go Fav. I'm pretty sure it's better. One of the really nice things about Intessi Arlecchino, with double Hydro at least, is you actually do have rotations longer than 20 seconds, where you can swap out whenever you want. So you can reliably get 2 Yelanis per rotation, which helps your ER requirements quite a bit. Anyways, damage percent 2. EM multiplier lunar charge, EM multiplier overload, EM multiplier vape. Is there ever a world where TF becomes Arlecchino's best set in this team? What if you double Electro, INEFFA official Singto with TF Arlecchino? God, I think I'm cooking. God, I think I'm cooking. Oh no. I don't like that I'm cooking. Anyways, crit value, crit multiplier, effective attack, 1, effective attack, 2, effective attack, lunar charge, damage, overload, damage, lunar charge. Motion value 1, motion value 2, motion value lunar charge, motion value, no, number of overloads, and then number of lunar charge. This is gonna be I think I'll simplify my final calc by adding a few lines here. Pyro, res. Hydro, res. Actually, pyro res multiplier. I'll do it directly. Hydro res multiplier and electro res multiplier. So, Arlecchino, Singto, Yelan, INEFFA. First team I want to look at. And before we look at any of it, ER requirements. Okay. So we have Arlecchino, doesn't have any. We have Singto, we have Yelan, and we have INEFFA. INEFFA is 60 cost. Singto is 80 cost. Yelan is 70 cost. Singto gets about 15 of the in refunds, and that is it. Okay. So, if you do Fav only on INEFFA, what does it look like? Probably battery the Singto particles to Yelan. Probably battery the Arlecchino particles to INEFFA. Yeah. Not because you necessarily care that much about the batterying, just because giving the particles to INEFFA allows you to swap to INEFFA and deploy your skill as soon as possible. So Singto doesn't catch any of his particles. And the total amount of hydro particles is going to be 5 plus 4 plus 4. Singto doesn't catch any of the other particles over a 21-second rotation. You'll get 10 hits. So 6.6 particles from INEFFA. Let's say 0.6 of the particles are on Singto on average. I don't know, man. We just assume 6, round it down, fuck it. Okay, then 5 particles. INEFFA on 5. Probably won't Singto on 5 too, if we're being completely honest here. And 5 Singto on Noblesse is enough ER already. No need for substats. Yelan. Yelan catches 9 of the 13 particles and doesn't catch her second skill because you want to swap back to Arlecchino as soon as possible. Yelan will catch about 1 of INEFFA's particles on average, and will not catch the remaining 5 plus the 5 Arlecchino particles. Yelan catches the Singto 5 proc, but not the INEFFA 5 proc. ER requirements at around 130. That's Emblem plus a couple subs. No need for an ER weapon. INEFFA. INEFFA catches probably 1 of her particles on average, and doesn't catch the remaining 5. INEFFA catches Arlecchino's set of particles, but does not catch any of the Hydro one. So that's 13. She catches her own set of 5 particles. She does not catch the rest. And this ER requirement is a little bit higher than just 5, trivially. Right, just 5 trivially gets you, what, 36? So you need an additional, like, 25-ish. That's a little bit more than I like to assume for stats, but you probably lose, like, a 1 crit roll's worth of damage, so it's not really a big deal. So, ER requirements are pretty trivial on everyone, assuming 5 INEFFA. Alright. Okay. I guess we start with INEFFA, sure. INEFFA, base attack, 330. What artifact is INEFFA holding? Right now, I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna assume. I guess I will assume TOM for now, but I'll also have a calc for the leaked set. So, attack percent, 46 point, wait. Base attack, 330 plus 5 base attack. Attack percent, main stat Sands, main stat Goblet, about 20% from substats, 20% from Noblesse, 20% from TOM. And that will be it. Flat attack, about 350. Are you also going to do Bennett here instead of Saint? Oh yeah, and also I'll also try Bennett instead of Arlecchino. But I don't know if I want to talk about that yet. Damage percent for her things is going to be pretty much nothing. Elemental Mastery. You do like EM substats, so let's say you get about 80. And then 6% of her total attack. Yeah, multiplier lunar charge. 1.14 times 6 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. EM multiplier overload is 16 times EM divided by 2000 plus EM plus 1. EM multiplier vape, 25 divided by 9 times EM divided by 1401 plus EM plus 1. And we can copy these everywhere. Okay, crit value on INEFFA, 98.4 base. Crit main stat, 20 substats, but no, I said you probably sacrifice about 1 crit substat for the ER requirements. And is there any other source of crit? No, right? Not in this case, no. The calc if EM Goblet or attack Goblet is better on her? It depends. Sometimes it's attack, sometimes it's EM. Depends on the rest of your team. Alright, effective attack 1 is total attack times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. We don't have an effective attack 2. Effective attack lunar charge, we don't have damage percent, but instead we have times EM multiplier lunar charge. Yeah, this is really low effective attack, huh? I guess this is one of the teams where her personal damage will be the lowest. Damage overload, we don't need to calculate because she's not triggering any, but we might as well have the formula in already. What is it again? 3894, 3984? I for war. 3979. 3979 times EM multiplier overload. Damage Lunar Charge. What's the base damage again? It's like 2600. No, future info. 2604 times EM multiplier lunar charge times crit multiplier. Motion value 1. Um, 163.2 times 10 plus 146.9 plus 1150.6. Motion value lunar charge 80% times 3 times 10. Number of lunar charges, not sure yet. 20-second rotation, not full lunar charge uptime, but pretty high. You probably get 8 lunar charges. Is INEFFA getting the highest lunar charge? Probably not. For now, we'll leave it at 8, but we'll change things later. Pyro resistance multiplier is 0.9. Hydro resistance multiplier is 1.025, because 15% shred from Singto. Electro resistance multiplier is 0.9. Which brings us damage equal to this times 190 divided by 390 times electro resistance E26 plus effective attack lunar charge times motion value lunar charge times E26 plus damage lunar charge times number of lunar charge times E26 plus damage overload times number of overloads times pyro resistance multiplier. Okay. Really gets the biggest lunar charge in the team because Yolanda doesn't get yeah, but I'm on TOM and on I'm on TOM and Fav, so her crit value is like really low. She might not have the highest one. And like in practice, when she doesn't crit, or when she doesn't crit and Yolanda crits, Yolanda has the higher one, no matter how much EM she has, right? But that's a little like sus. I kind of can't be bothered actually mapping that out properly. Anyways, but like DPS wise, this is like really low, like in the realm of the DPS she can get. But anyways, Arlecchino next. Arlecchino. Base attack, 342. We go Ballad of the Fjords, so plus 510. Attack percent, she's getting a fairly low amount, right? Attack sans. TOM, noblesse. Substats. And Whimsy. I'm using Kanish, Bennett, Moika, and Yao Yao, and I'm really close. Yao Yao isn't helping you. Use Amber instead. It'll be better. As long as you have burning up time, adding an additional dendro does not help you whatsoever. So you'd rather add an additional pyro, because that does help you. Give Amber 5, give her a lot of ER, and just use her burst every time it's available. It'll clear faster than Yao Yao does. You don't even need to level her. Just give her the 5 and a lot of ER. Anyways. Do we have... No, that's it. Flat attack around 350. He's like, TRM isn't the best despite bust for Arlecano. Once we get the new set, you'll be right, but until we do, she doesn't have a good set. So TOM is probably the play. Anyways, damage percent, 40% from her passive, 46.6 from Goblet, 54 from Whimsy, and let's say about 25 from Yelan. Ish. Doesn't really have a second source of damage percent that's getting separate buffs. Elemental Mastery is gonna be about 80 from stats, 120 from Ballad of the Fjords, and 6% of INEFFA's attack. Crit value, 98.4 from Ascension, 62.2 from main stat, 20 times 6.6 from substats, 27.6 times 2 from weapon. Multiplier. Effective attack 1. So in Arlecchino's case, the only two different sources of damage she has are vaped numbers and unvaped numbers. 18% attack from Whimsy, that is already in. But I often forget it, so keep reminding me. So this is vape, so we get the EM multiplier from vape. And this will be unvaped, so we just don't. Let me just check something. Okay. Fire damage goblet is still better, even if we're pretty saturated on damage percent. Effective attack lunar charge does not matter because we're not doing any lunar charge damage. Damage overload does matter here. Damage lunar charge does not because we're not triggering lunar charge. Motion value 1. So it's going to be this, right? $57.45.92. How many entities is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 entities. That makes sense. And then unvaped is 2485.55. Yeah. Motion value lunar charge is 0. Number of lunar charges. Why is number of lunar charges here? I'm an idiot. I have damage. Yeah. I'm actually just an idiot. This is damage, lunar charge, damage, overload. E16 times E21. Okay. E18 should be E17, right? And E17 should be E18. Okay. This is how it's supposed to be when I'm not being an idiot. Things are grouped properly now. Okay. Motion value, lunar charge, nothing. Number of lunar charge, nothing. Number of overloads. Well, 9, I guess. Alright, this makes sense. Alright. Next up is going to be Syncto damage. We're looking at a 21-second rotation, yeah. So, Syncto base attack, 202 plus 454. Syncto attack percent. We get Sens, Noblesse, DOM substats, and 24% from Ascension. Flat attack, total attack. Damage percent, we get Noblesse. We get Hydro damage from Ascension stats. We get Hydro Goblet. That's it. Damage percent 2 is without the Noblesse on the skill. EM is going to be about 40. Great value. 60, 62.2, 20 times 6.6. Crit multiplier, same thing. Effective attack 1. We lose this. Effective attack 2 is going to be 7. 6. Effective attack lunar charge, nothing, doesn't matter. Damage lunar charge does matter. Very cool. Damage overload does not matter. Motion value 1. So we get about 50 waves. Each wave is 109%. Motion value 2. 336, 1.5 times 336 plus 382. Okay. Motion value lunar charge, nothing. Number of lunar charges is probably going to be 8 divided by 12. Number of overloads, 0. Okay. We also need to make sure that this, instead of looking at electro resistance for talent damage, it looks at power resistance, so this would be 4. But that is going to change anything. And this, instead of 4, it looks at 5. This should change something. Yep. And finally, we have Yelan. Yelan base HP is 14,450. Yelan HP percent. HP Sands. 18 from Ascension passive. 25 from Hydro Resonance. About 20 from substats. That'll be it. Flat HP about 5,000. Damage percent on the burst at about 140 ER, which you're going to get by default. 140 times 25%. Yep. And Hydro Goblet, and that's it. Right? Yeah, pretty much. This is 46.6%. EM about 40. Wouldn't 2-piece be better for her damage? If you don't get 2-piece emblem, you need to get 20% ER from your substats. And that's generally requiring as much stat investment as you're gaining from a 2-piece effect. So it's not really better, no. It's pretty much the same. Crit value is the same as this, but with 98.4, but also, Yelan gets to go for a damage weapon. Do we just look at Slingshot? Probably. It's simple. Okay, effective HP is just gonna be this. Effective HP 2 is just gonna be this. Effective attack Lunar Charge doesn't matter. Damage Lunar Charge does. A decent amount more. Damage Overload does not matter. Motion value 1. We're gonna assume that we are getting maybe 13 waves. So 12.42 plus 8.28 times 3 times 13. Motion value 2. $38.4 times 2. Motion value lunar charge, there is none. Number of lunar charges, it's 8 divided by 2. Of overloads is 0. And these resistances aren't the same. Yeah. Total. And then we have, I guess, DPS. This divided by 21. Total. About 82k. Which is reasonable for an Arlecchino team. Great for an Arlecchino team with a shield. But all things considered, it's a pretty average Arlecchino team. $16k from INEFFA? Yeah, this is a team that has really low INEFFA damage. No buffs for INEFFA, no shred for INEFFA. No nothing. Now, let's take a look at Bennett instead of Yelan. So, first, we need to check how the ER requirements change. We don't have Yelan's stuff anymore. So ER requirements kind of skyrocket like crazy. You look at EM Sensor and like, you know, it'll be a lot worse. Yeah, that's like real bad, huh? I guess you want to catch his own particles then. Yeah, this is a lot better. Although I suppose now you probably catch the Arlecchino particles with Singto. Probably do Arlecchino E, Singto EQ, Bennett QE, INEFFA EQ. Yeah, that's probably what you do. So 5. So maybe we can afford to do this. This is 5 less ER sands. And it lets us funnel the 5 particles into someone else. Nah. Because you can't really funnel them into INEFFA without making your rotation way too dank. Yeah. There's just trivial ER requirements on 5. That's fine. Bennett doesn't catch any of the pyro particles. Hydro particles, electro particles. Fav particles. Yep, this is instructor Bennett doable. And then INEFFA is gonna be scuffed as hell now. We're not catching Arlecchino's particles anymore. We're getting a lot less particles from Yelan. Now, we're only getting the Saint Soap particles. We're not even catching them. We're catching the Bennett E. That's a lot of ER. So it might be a burst every other rotation angle then. I'll take a look at both. What's reverse cost? 60. Instructor Bennett the listings. Oh yeah, that's what's happening here. Well, this is wrong though, right? No, it's accurate. This is 6. 7.25. I'm missing one set. I'm missing the Saint Soap particles. I have Arlecchino, not Saint Soap. That is an annoying amount. Because you could go ER sands, but then ER rolls are wasted. You lose the 5 particles. Make this 30 versus every other rotation. Yeah, okay. So it's probably either attack sands versus every rotation or ER sands versus every other rotation. If I want to simplify things. Sure. Let's look at both. Okay, so Singto stuff hasn't really changed. It's just that we EQ instead of QE now. The motion value, I guess, is different. We don't have the times 1.5 anymore. INEFFA stuff. Motion value hasn't changed for now. But for now, we look at ER sense. Bennett, it's fine, okay. And now we add all the changes to the buffs. So we don't have Yelan anymore, so we lose the damage percent from her. But that's the only thing Yelan gave us for buffs. The rest was just personal damage. Hydro Resonance only affected her own damage, so yeah. Now we have Power Resonance, so plus 25%, plus 25%, plus 25%. We have Bennett buff. Let's say 1,000 for now. Well, yeah. We also have 15 pyro damage from Bennett C6. And that is it for attack buffs, I think, right? Yes, Ayush, it is. But right now we're looking at the ER Sans burst every rotation. We'll look at the alternative later. We're still on the same shit for everything else? Yeah. So, that's that. He did not get any benefit from Bennett's attack buff. You saw this thing so before Bennett. He doesn't have shot, so it's not worth swapping to him after. Right. Yelan was on a damage set. Ben is on Instructor. Instructor isn't full uptime, though. It's gonna be about 2/3 uptime for Arlecchino's damage. And about half uptime for INEFFA's damage. Okay. This is the team DPS here. And this is... TOM, INEFFA. To each rotation. Next, we take a look at TOM INEFFA to every other rotation. So instead of 5, we will go deathmatch. And then the motion value from the burst gets divided by 2. And the buff from her is now every other rotation. And it's basically the same shit. No surprise there. Next, let's take a look at new set INEFFA. And this is going to be, instead of TOM, we lose the TOM bonus. But instead, we gain 95 EM and yeah, I'm not doing sack, Pipoga. Is solo Hydro 1 per rotating Yelan worse than Sing in this team? You're getting no vapes with Yelan in a team like this. With Yelan, you can't do N2C. You'll have to just do N3D. Anyways, it's... How much is it again? It's 32 times 1.75. Yeah. I guess it's not that big of a buff here, huh? But it is a buff. 97k? That's actually good, by the way. Like, that's actually pretty good numbers. We can compare that to other Arlecchino teams. I didn't include Bennett damage. Technically, he's doing like a 1k DPS, but whatever. Yeah, for comparison, if we do Bennett, Shilonen, Sitlali with Arlecchino. Oh, you check on GC Sim? No, because it's not going to be the same assumptions. Petra, Shilonen, I guess. With about half uptime, a little bit more, I guess. Um, 15%. We lose the TOM, yeah. We'll have Noblesse. We have Petra. We have Cinder City. EM. 80 plus 120. That's it. What weapon is this? This is Battle of the Fjords, yeah. Okay. $120.1. Second and 3. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth. And then second rotation. Okay, and I was looking at second rotation stuff. We have melted, unmelted. Sum of these times this times 2. Sum of these minus sum of these. Fucking Carlis. These. Tabarnak. Alright, and these are the numbers we will use. Okay. Motion value 1, 3680.21, 3680.21. Motion value 2, 3638.64. We don't have any of this. Power resistance multiplier is we have what, 56 shred, right? 36 plus 20, yeah, 56 shred. So it's 1.23. And like the upper bound of the rotation is 16 seconds. And then you've got the rest of the team that's doing fucking nothing. I guess we can add Citlali. For that, we just look at least at what they have on GC Sim because I really can't be bothered. Citlali's at around 6K. $7K-ish total from the rest of the team. So we're at like 97K-ish. That's also at 97K. I didn't include Bennett damage, but it would... Yeah. So basically, it's going to be about as good as the current, like, melting of Citlali in terms of total damage. But your shield will be a lot better. Yeah, and you don't have to time your melts. Get an exercise redeem. Alright. Oh. Alright. That being said, though, this is Entesi Arlecchino, so it's more like stamina hungry, I guess. Also, this is assuming that the new set is real. Also, these are longer rotations, which can change the dynamics depending on a lot of things. Also, there's another thing. Also, the personal damage coming from Arlecchino here, right? DPS is at like 58K. In Melt, it's at 90K. So for vertical investment, it will favor the Melt Arlecchino teams a lot more. So, just because the team calcs at around a similar level does not mean that they're necessarily interchangeable. There's going to be a lot of factors that go into these things. But INEFFA is good enough to potentially be competitive in some of these teams. Anyways. What's this? Oh, right. Our constellations. I for war. What the fuck do her constellations do again? When she activates, her Optical flow shield bearer. Is that the skill, right? Yeah. When she gets skill, increase lunar charge damage by 25. 2.5 for every 100 attacks. So increase lunar charge damage by 50%. These scenes go from 97 to 103, but a 6k DPS increase. Not that great. But the teams where you get, like, to her personal damage, right? It's like plus 20%. So when teams are playing her as a carry, it's going to be pretty impactful. But also, most likely, the Lunar Charge carry we get in 6.0 probably will have Lunar Charge challenge damage, the same way INEFFA does. So it's probably made for that. C2, man. C2 is a lot better than you'd think initially, for the same reason A1 is a lot better than you'd think initially. It's just plus 1200 to her Lunar Charge damage. Which is like about plus 1/3 total output. C3 is complete dog shit because she doesn't do any talent damage. C4 is potentially good. C4 lets you not need Fab in any team anymore, basically. It's actually one of the better C4s. Like, usually C4s don't matter that much. In INEFFA's case, her ER cards are actually high enough in the teams where she wants to burst every rotation, and this recovers enough energy that it actually is impactful. Like, this is 25 energy per rotation, and she's a 60 cost burst. So it basically divides her ER cards by 2, almost. So, it's alright. C5 is complete dog shit, and C6 is pretty good, right? It's, plus 200 every other hit on the lunar charge damage. So it won't work on teams like this necessarily, but it basically doubles her output. Almost. We can actually math them out a little more accurately. Right? So in a team where you're using her properly, yeah, sure. This is C05 ER Sands. But if you're considering vertical investment on her, you probably put her with Bennett. And you probably have Aquila and Bennett. You're also probably getting Shred on Electro. So she's probably bottoming out at like 40k in these teams. C1, 5. Yeah, multiplier lunar charge is now plus 1.5. C0 Sig. Oh, that's right, Prostel. I guess I shouldn't. I don't know if that's how they're gonna code it, though, because the base attack isn't something that can be increased. So it might be considered as a static thing. Doesn't work for Arlecchino? You're right, it doesn't. Alright. Okay, use business. C0 Sig. Oops. So without the Fav, you need so much ER in the teaser. You need ER sense to begin with. I guess we look at tax sands instead. These are probably teams where you're battering here a little. But you go ER sands on Sig. If you go attack sands on Fav with the same stat lines. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and then weapons. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that just a skin? It is, right? Yeah, okay. I don't know why it's here, but okay. 608 base. Attack percent, 24%. And crit value, 66.2. And lunar charge damage, 40%. Okay. Is that real? That can't be real. This is with the Arsands, by the way. Change overload damage? It's just because our attack is slightly different. I guess it is that big of a deal, huh? Damn. That's a lot, man. Percentage of C0 R0. But 42% increase to get the SIG. So it's pretty similar to Emily's SIG. Oh, man. Oh, man. I want to check something. Okay, let me just fucking put zeros in here so I can fucking... Okay, there we go. If you go R2 plus 6%, 1.5. Okay. It's not better than C1R1. That's all. I needed to be sure about that. C1R1 is damage percent. No. EM multiplier lunar charge 1.9. Yeah, okay, we can delete this then. C2R0. Is gonna be this, but so we add 1200. C2R0 is about as good as C1R1. In some teams, it'll be a little bit better because you burst more often. C2R1 is just going to be C1R1 with the added motion value from this. C3R1. C3 is skill. This is the fucking most hilarious joke, by the way. Percentage of previous. Call it. This is still one cost. Oh, lace. C1R1. C2R0. 1. Okay. Then C4R1. We just add the attack sends back. C5R1 is going to be another hilarious joke. $1353.6. Oh my god, 0.6% upgrade, insane. And C6R1. We add 200% times 3 times 5. Yeah. So her damage more than quadruples from C0R0 to C6R1. But her C3 and C5 are like incredibly dog shit. Is she the best C6 in the game then? No, because she's not starting as a carry, kind of. Like, if you take a look at C6R1 on a team that maximizes the damage, you probably go Bennett, Sucrose, Sucrose on TDDS, C6R1 carry, Sucrose on TDDS, Bennett, Sucrose EM buff, And then why not overload Chevy C6? Just ignore the lunar charge damage. Because if I lose the lunar charge, her damage goes from at C6R1 goes from 180k DPS to 12k DPS. You just divided your damage by 15 for fun. That's why you're not gonna go overload. That's why. My bad, no worries. Anyways, so we have Sucrose. What Hydro do we go? Is there a single Hydro that actually helps her? There isn't, right? Freyna doesn't do shit. Nilo? Does Nilo get the Hydro Shred even without the thingy? By the Golden Chalice's bounty. Completion of the third step will grant all nearby... No, it's only when all the... No, you don't get the C2 to proc unless you're activating her things. So it won't work. You can use Key, though. Using Key is probably the right play. But none of the Hydro characters do anything. Right? Does any Hydro character have Shred in their cons? It's Hydro Res only. Is there any Electro Shred anywhere? I don't think so. Or Def Shred? I don't think so. Mona 30 CV. Do you think Mona... Wait, is Mona's C1 getting updated for this? It is, right? No? Yes? I'm pretty sure it is, right? Is it also 15? Probably, right? It's all 15. So... in that case, you probably go... TTDS Noblesse or TTDS TOM Mona. We already have the TTDS. We already have a Noblesse. I guess we get Instructor now. And we also get Sucrose on a fully M build. And we also get this, which would bring her personal damage up to 250k DPS. At C6R1 with C1 Mona. But like, I don't know if there's any like Malika where she's the only character that's whaled. I don't think so. Yeah, there isn't. Cooked. Just change it manually? I guess I could, yeah. If I look at the C0 Malika sims, but no, because C2 Malika changes some of the setups. Is there a C2 Malika sim? There isn't. Fuck. Then how many of these things affect ER requirements? Probably a lot. I don't remember, man. Sidlali, TTDS, C0, Chilonen, 5 Sword, C0, Mawika, Refine 1. This is probably gonna run into energy problems, right? No, it's not. Okay, but 270k. This rotation is probably not ideal for this though, but damn. That's actually pretty close. That's kind of crazy. To be fair, it's because Mawika's cons after C2 are a lot less effective, right? Like C2, C0 versus C2 is like the same gap as C2 versus C6. Whereas for her, right? C2R1 doubles. But then C6 doubles again. So it's twice the gap. Right? This is Silali Q every other rotation? Is it? Oh, damn. Yeah, that's pretty cooked then. So this is probably not ideal stuff then. Fuck. Whatever. I guess I should just use this then. Surely this won't fuck up the melts, right? Okay, it's not fucking up the melts. Yeah, so 2 is 6k for C2R1 and C6R1. Okay, yeah. 320k. 310k. That makes more sense. Yeah, the biggest thing is, like, at this level, right, at C2R1, she's still not gonna feel better than C0 Mawika, right? If you try to force her as a carry. And after C2, the next actual noticeable upgrade is C6. Kind of nothing in between. Like, C4 is fine, but... Check the minus 15k. It's a Pipogo redeem. It can't be good. No. It's fine, but meh. C3 is pretty good. I'm not talking about Mawika cons. I'm talking about INEFFA cons. I hope you're not trying to say that INEFFA C3 is pretty good, because it is not. Me when I get a 1% DPS increase. 1% is being generous? I mean, that's what I calced. I calced a 1% upgrade. And then C5 is a 0.6% upgrade. Huge indeed. Soon Navidad will be the worst character in his own team, man. Chat, there is one good thing about INEFFA. You know what it is? Is that she doesn't like damage percent, so she doesn't really give a fuck about Farina. All my homies hate Farina. Where's a Farina fan account? It's in the same place as Farina, in the trash. It's gone. Alright, chat. He's never going to be ranked among the goated supports like Bennett, Escafé, Farina. It's hard to say. But it's also kind of hard to call her a support, honestly. Like, she's not really a support. Like, her damage profile in teams is pretty similar to Cloud9's damage profile in her different teams. It's just that she does that from off field, and while giving you a shield. She's so DPS like Escoffier. She functions very differently from Escoffier. Because, like, with Escoffier, you want her on the team. Sure, she has personal damage, but the main thing she's providing is healing for your fanfare and shred for her damage, yes, but also for your carry's damage. If you just look at her damage in a vacuum, she's pretty similar to Emily, right? INEFFA just does damage. But it's a lot more. But that's pretty much all she does. But it's a lot more. Then you get a shield, which is a nice little upside. Is she like Emily if Emily Sig was built into her kit? No. She's more like C1R1 Emily. But she also gives a shield. Like, they saw what happened with Yai and how Nick keeps comparing her to Fischl to this day. And they were like, you know what? You know what? We shouldn't do this again. Let's make it very clear that this character is going to be the best off-field Electro. And they did. How is INEFFA damage if there's no Hydro in the team? It's kind of like if you build fully Amaraiden and you put 4 Electro units on it on the team. It's like pathetically low. What team should be used then? Overvape Taser, is that it? I mean, any team that has a Hydro unit can slot her in. Right, so she'll be usable in Vape teams, she'll be usable in Taser teams, she'll be usable in Tosca teams, she'll be usable in Hyper Bloom, she'll be usable in... I mean, I guess that's kind of it. Unironically, she's probably not even that bad in freeze teams. Like, you just play Superconduct, carry INEFFA, and it's probably fine. But Nahida destroy the Hydro and Hyper Bloom. If you go double Hydro, you still trigger it often enough to keep her Ascension 1 uptime, and that's all that matters. Anyway, so I think that's going to be it for today. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had a good time. We did a bunch of INEFFA TC. Tomorrow, probably progress on the EU account mostly. I think I didn't put a stream marker down. Fuck. When I recorded the short stuff earlier. Well, rip editors. If anyone wants to go in the VOD and clip it to make editor's job easier, I would appreciate that. But yeah, let's raid. You know what? I haven't raided Doro in a while.
Shadow. It's always there.
So chat,
Never perish.
I'm pretty sure Doro is a no leak zone, so please don't bring the INEFFA stuff over there. But in any case, go say hi, be nice. Don't be too weird, chat. Keep the M-Preg to a minimum. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.